There we go. We're live. Ah, I'm having breakfast at the moment. Let me see the breakfast here. I already ate a piece of my bacon. I already ate some of the bacon, but you know, you know, you know. Oh, yeah, there we go. So there's a couple things that we want to do today. It's Unity input system. I want to take a look at this. Oh, I forgot to refresh some stuff. Damn it. Mm. There we go. So we're gonna play with the input system. Sorry, we're gonna make updates to the game. We're gonna have to fix the camera too. So I have this going. I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna do forward. I'm gonna do back. And those are really the only things that really work. And then this funky system here. I gotta say that the driving system, once I got it working and I figured it out and whatnot, like started to understand it better, it's not that bad. But there is something that I want to enable, and probably do that soon. But it's gonna be we're gonna get the driving to feel more like actually driving a vehicle. I found some tutorials. Interesting. There was a valet game that Unity driving. This one.
Swarm.
I'm actually debating whether or not to just scrap the actual baked in collision stuff. for Unity and switch it over just to something like this. More direct control. But I thought about it. And I'm not even sure it would entirely make a lot of sense. Because like we have a lot of this already done. And it seems to be pretty good. The wheels will go up and down. They'll spin round, round, round. And we still have a lot of actual control over it, right? So like this is just the very, very basic stuff. And obviously this isn't what we want. So this was really interesting though. This guy actually has the best one for like just doing that. It's a nice sculpt. Wait, why am I offline? Am I offline? No, I'm not offline. Interesting. Am I online on YouTube? There we go. I'm on live on. One sec. I'll be right back. All right. I'm on the wrong computer. There we go.
So today I'm going to create a car controller with a camera that's going to look down to play with. So first thing we need to do below the ground. So to fix this, we need to make the suspension distance 0.01. And now we open it. We wait for the script compilation. We open it. And now.
All right. There's that, and then we need. Found out the Unity input system is much like the the Unreal input system now.
it. I mean, I have the 2020.3. So Unity's new input system has been around for a while now, a couple years, but it's not immediately obvious how you access it. I mean, I have the 2020.3 version of Unity.
Oh wait, who's this one?
or
Oh,
your second, or whatever. You have this amazing idea, you just have to bring it to life. And chances are that, on some occasion, your player has to do some input. Things like swinging your sword, moving around,
hello guys, sup Road to Environment Artist. How are things?
jumping, crawling, everything like that. You have, I mean,
I got I might be switching my game over to Unity. I'm doing a test port to Unity. For one reason and one reason only. Mass is half baked so far in Unreal. And I need Mass to make my game work. So I'm gonna try it once I get like simple driving. Working with yeah. Once I get a simple like vehicle system going that doesn't feel like it's uncontrollable, then I'm gonna put in the ragdoll system and we'll see if I can get a mass AI system going. And if I can, then I'll probably switch over because the mass AI system, the mass entity system for AI in Unreal is buggy, like really, really buggy. It is. To be fair to Unreal, it is labeled as experimental, and they suggest not using it. So I can't be too upset. But I don't know if I can like wait for them to fix it, kind of thing. I assumed it wasn't treason. No. Unreal is still like my engine of choice. It's just I need something that I don't think that Unreal can handle. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Unreal is capable of handling it. I think it would be substantially more work in Unreal than in Unity. Because Unreal comes with Unreal doesn't really have an entity component system. And to really make this game work, you need an entity component system. So I'd have to shim an entity component system into Unreal. But they started adding it. No, I know. I'm aware. I'm just saying that like I still want to be able to use Unreal. Every time I run into something in Unity, I'm like, oh, I missed the way Unreal did this. Does this. Right? Like, so there are some things that I like about Unity over Unreal, specifically around the vehicle system. I like their vehicle system a little bit better for like tuning because it makes more sense to me, right? But that being said, it's not as nice, right? Like it doesn't feel as good. So it is what it is, right? I also don't really like this system that they have. And I was hoping for like being able to do something more like Unreally, where it's just like you drop a you have a blueprint and you drop it in and it has everything in it. And I think that's a prefab, just a prefab. But like I'm not entirely sure how those work yet. So I'm gonna have to figure that out. But other than that, I do have like this actually working. This vehicle turns and stuff like that. The camera system's very much so not as nice as Unreal's. But this also will allow me to target older PCs because Unreal definitely has that problem. So I don't know. It's coming. How's your day been? How's your week been? Where am I here? I thought it wasn't betrayal. How Unreal freed me from coding constraints. Wait, is that like a video? It seems like a title. Yeah, no, that's definitely not a video. Yeah. This will also like it's kind of cool to be like, hey, I tried multiple engines. This one was the best for this game, and then go with that, right? No code is very easy for me. PP. Oh yeah. Coding, I don't know. Coding's well, blueprints are still coding. To me at least, blueprints are still programming. They're a more visual side of programming. But I think Unity has it now too, which is kind of interesting. I thought I saw it in here. What is it? Visual scripting, yeah. Thought that was kind of interesting. This is the reason I suppose that I feel better with UE. I feel better with UE too. So far, I still prefer UE over Unity. Like 100%. I think that it's a more polished engine in total. But I'll get there eventually. Yeah, 7 years.
I'll just set these as a mesh. Mesh.
I want
The colliders and the
to
wheel.
see how he did this. Oh, so he's attaching everything to there, but you still have to actually put it into the world. That's so weird. This is just weird to me. Like, why can't we just generate these? Actually, we probably can. I can probably make an object that just generates them. I just wonder if that would be like inefficient.
Go ahead and do this. So that's the
Can Unity generate objects? At start time. Or sorry, generate. Can prefabs generate objects and attach them? Yes, Unity prefabs can essentially generate objects by creating new instances of themselves at runtime. Though through a process called, which is effectively allows you to place copies of the That's actually not really what I meant. But this might be the answer here.
Hello and welcome. Let's learn all about Unity prefabs today. The first thing you need to know about prefabs is that these are reusable blocks that you can use over and over and over again inside of Unity. So think of prefabs kind of like templates that you can reuse and manipulate, but they serve two main purposes. And the first one is you being able to bulk edit items in your game. So I have a blank scene here in Unity, and we're going to kind of walk through how to create prefabs and the differences between having them versus not having them. So I'm just going to create a plane and we'll have a simple example. So let's say like I want to put coins inside of my game. So normally what I could do is I could create right click, go down to 3D object, create like a cylinder over here. We can scale him down a little bit, make him more coin-sized. So here we go, we have a coin. And let's say I wanted to make him gold, so I add a new material. I'm just gonna call this coin. Let's say I have something like this. We'll make him metallic, we'll make it very metallic. So if I drag and drop this over here, look at that, I have a coin. And let's say I'm happy with my coin and I want to place a bunch of him all over my level. And I do something like this. Well, what happens if I go down the line and I want to add a script or I want to change the material? Like if I want to go over here and I say, okay, maybe I don't really want gold and I want something else instead. Maybe I want blue coins for my game. Now if I go over here and create another material, let's turn that up. Now I have to go through and I have to add this to each one of my coins. And it's very quite likely that I'm going to miss something at some point. And while like on a really small level, you can get away with stuff like this, once you start adding more components and scripts and more complexity, this gets out of hand very, very quickly. And it has one huge pitfall, which we're about to talk about in a second. But if I were doing this with the prefab way, what I could do is, let's say I do kind of want to keep the gold coin. So let's say this is my coin. I'm happy with it. All I got to do is anywhere in my assets folder, but all I got to do is drag and drop this into anywhere in my assets folder, and then now this is a prefab. And you see how this has now turned blue and the box is colored in, and that's how you know that, like, yes, you got it, you're good to go. And you can do this anywhere.
I still don't know how I feel about the way how this goes. These questions are very ambiguous for search in YouTube or Google. Never I obtain right answer, but I find other interesting things. Oh, thank you for the subscribe, man.
Anywhere in your assets folder, any place, any folder, and it will turn it to a prefab if you drag and drop it. Now I have my coin, and I think I like it, so I place more of it all around my scene. And then I decide I want to change something. All I have to do is go into the coin. I now have an option that lets me open the prefab, so I could just say open. And then I just have to drag and drop my blue onto here, onto my one single prefab that I have.
Yeah, I get that, but like...
About that really big pitfall a second ago. I'm going to show you what, because it's not a prefab anymore, so I can't go over here. So is first off.
Yeah, wait 1 sec.
If you ever want to detach an object as a prefab and just have it as an instance, what you can do is right-click on it, go to prefab, and then you can go to unpack, and this will change this back to a normal object. So now, if I were to update this, it would only update this, and it would not update this one, because it's not a prefab anymore, so I can go over here and change this if I wanted to. So remember how we talked about that really big pitfall a second ago? I'm going to show you what that is. So prefabs are like templates, right? So if I have a template of something, I can spawn that into a scene. So what we have here is this is a instance of a template, and this is just an instance of an object. So if you think about the old school, like 2D pixel art Mario games, when you're running through the levels, everything in those levels is exactly the same every single time. So the coins are always static, and the bricks are always static, the enemies always appear in exactly the same place. If
I think the biggest issue with the Unreal documentation is that the Unreal documentation is geared towards software developers and the Unity like specifically software developers, right? Because it's actually not that bad. It's nowhere near as bad as everybody gives it shit for. But the issue is that you need to like actually be able to read their API references. And if you can read their API references, then the Unreal documentation is actually fairly decent. At least it used to be. Yeah, here we go. Right? Oh, I'm in plugins. I didn't want plugins. Classes. I want an actor. Let's go to actor. Yeah, a actor, right? Well, this is kind of the crux of Unreal, is that like if you don't understand this type of documentation, the Unreal documentation is fucking terrible. Although with that being said, Unity has this style of documentation too, so I can't be too mad. And I can read this style of documentation. There are like a couple of things that like, but as soon as you get used to those like one or two things, and you understand how this works, then this is actually pretty simple. Now, the other big issue that you're going to run into is that I don't know how these work exactly for blueprints, because this is C++ docs, right? But if I hover over this, I can see that this is a U property, right? And this is a protected variable, so you don't have access to it outside of. So like I know what all of these mean, right? So like I can look at this and be like, oh, I know what these mean, right? I might have to hover over them because I don't always remember exactly what the little icons mean, and they've changed them a couple of times. But like this one is a protected variable, which means that it's only available to like the parent, and I think it's the parent and the inherited kind of thing. U property means that it's going to be available in a blueprint. Advanced category, advanced display. This is just like where you'd find it is going to be under advanced display. When you're searching for the property in a blueprint, it's read only in blueprint, which I can never remember exactly what that means, because like it doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be changed. I think it's like it can't be changed at runtime, but you might be able to change depending on how it's set up. You might be able to change it like as a default only. Although there's the default only, so maybe this just means that you can't actually you can read this variable, but you can't actually change it, and that would make sense because it's an FGUID, so it's a global unique ID. Anyways, so these are the properties, so variables that you have access to out of the back. And these are the types, and these are the names, and then these are the properties that are attached to it. Then we come down to here, and these are the methods or the functions, right? And you've got like here can delete selected actor. It takes in a text that has a reason, and then it returns back a Boolean of whether or not it was successful or not. Here we can see that it's virtual, so it can be overridden. It is a public function, so everybody can call it, and it is const. So it's not supposed to be changing anything. Which makes sense because it's can delete, not delete. So and can be damaged is also a const Boolean that's public. But, so yeah, like the biggest issue with the Unreal docs is just like they are geared towards people programming in C++. And if you do not program in C++ and cannot read C++ documentation, then you are fucked. Yeah, and then here's just a brief disclaimer of like what it does, right? And some of these are definitely missing, maybe mainly because like they're probably supposed to be fairly self-explanatory. Whether or not you know what they do or not is a different question, right? But yeah, I don't mind them. But Unity has this too. Unity Wheel Collider API. It's like a warm hug. The style of documentation is like a warm hug for me. I wish they had a dark mode.
If I were to do that in Unity, I would place everything manually in that scene. But if you have one of those classic catcher games where you control a player at the bottom and you're catching things that are spawning in from the top of the screen, anything that requires you to spawn in an object in a game requires some type of template to work off of. Like, you can't just have something static. You have to have some type of reusable template to be able to spawn or instantiate anything into your game ever. So if I did not have a prefab and I just had these coins in the game, I can do this. These are instances of an object, but they are not instances.
What I want to know at Unity, how to structure your prefabs. Everything you need to know about prefabs in Unity. If this guy tells me what a fucking prefab is, I'm gonna be annoyed. How to organize prefabs. That's creating prefabs. Maybe this one. Best practices for organizing a Unity project. We'll take a look at that. Build a structure with prefabs. Structured prefabs. Let's take a look at this. Public game app object prefab. Okay. So let's go through this. The key is knowing how to ask the right questions. I have a friend who never finds anything on the internet. It's so true. It's so true. All right, so this is like the how to structure, and this kind of makes sense. That's fine. I don't know what the meta files are for. Creating prefabs is fine, but what I want to know is like best practices for structuring a prefab, because nested prefabs? No. God damn it. Okay, so there isn't one. There's no best practices apparently. Fine. That's exactly what I like to hear. Okay, whatever. Let's move on to the camera. I want to fix the camera and some of the driving mechanics.
rear right wheel collider, rear left wheel collider.
Okay, so we got this. We
Actually,
got this set
updates
up
the
so
message
it's
to
working.
follow the wheel collider. So we'll call it
Oh wait, I wanted to switch out early the Unity's new input system in 13 minutes. I think I've got him. Yeah, here.
I'm not a fan, and you probably shouldn't either. I think in time the old I don't really, at least at the package manager. In the top here, you can see the input system is default in a project, so we have to install it. The way we do that is we go to Window, Package Manager.
That's not the right one. Window, Package Manager, Input. Oh, the input system's there. 50x speed. No, it's just 2. They won't let me go faster than 2. Or else I'd probably be on 3.
update.
That's not what I wanted.
In the top here, you can see packages, and in this case, it says in project. We want to make sure we select the.
Do I have it as in project? Where is Unity? There it is. No, it's not in project. Wait, but it says that it's already in the project.
The Unity registry. Now we have a very big list. Just scroll down and search for input system, and hit install. Now just wait for a brief second while it's installing.
A new input system which can be used. Oh, okay. So I already have it.
Once it's installed, you will see a warning pop up from Unity saying, hey, you're using new input system. You have to restart, basically. Just hit yes. Now that Unity has restarted, we are ready to go. I set up a basic scene where we basically have a little player right here on the screen, our little blue dot that we are going to move around. A couple of things that we need for this is, first of all, we need to detect inputs. Unity already provided a very basic thing for this called the player input, and we can just add it to our player. This is very important.
Okie dokie. So we come to here and we do input. What was it? It was detect. Is it just player input? I do? Where is it though? Where's my actions and whatnot? Follow working, my friends. See you later. All right, thanks Road to Environment Artist. It was good to chat with you. In your assets folder? Yeah, but where? It's called input system. Am I looking? I'm looking right past it. It's okay. Overlook it like 8 times. Here we go. Move. Joystick? No. Bad joystick. That's not what I want. Can I add to this? Wait. That means that this game should work, I think, with controller. If I hit forward, there we go, and back. Oh, that's totally what it is. Okay. Wait, but does it work with triggers? I don't think it works with the triggers. Yeah, it doesn't work with the triggers. Okay, so I need to add to move. So let's see, down. Would I add it to this? No. So how do I add to this? Add binding? Okay, so there's that. Right. So let's take a look at attack. Trigger joystick. So if I want, so if I want this to show up, we would add a binding. I feel like it's a binding, and then here we would do gamepad. Would it be gamepad? Oh, do you have to do this for like each type? So like if I want a PlayStation controller, I have to do a PlayStation? That's so weird. Wait, did it just not do what I... Wait, what? Wait. Is it joystick then? No. Okay, so we do gamepad. Then we do... Let's do an Xbox. Optional. Where's my triggers? I feel like this is trolling me. Gamepad. Right? Gamepad. Why is it only giving me these? Did I bind the wrong one? Is it not a binding? With one modifier? But I don't actually want a modifier on it. I guess maybe I do. Modifier, that's fine. And then here we'll do binding. Gamepad. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay, so that's what it was. Left, what is it? Left bumper or trigger? Oh, sorry, it's right trigger. Button. Left right shoulder? Right trigger, there we go. Gamepad? Okay. And then we have to do this. So, wait, then how does the modifier work? Unity input. Oh, I'm in Japanese. Unity input system. Quick start guide. Concepts. Bindings, actions map, quick workflow. Using actions is this is the recommended workflow for most situations in this workflow. You use the actions editor work window to configure sets of actions and bindings, then set up references and read the value for those actions in your code. Read more. Using actions and inputs components. Hey Danny, you don't want to try and walk me through this, right? Okay, so wait, so I would need a player input here on this, right? So we'd do this and this would be input. And this would be a player input, right? Or do we want a player input manager? God damn it, this is confusing. Why is everything fucking weird? Supported devices. So I have most of these. So I have Xbox One, not 360. That's fine. And PlayStation 3, 4, or is it PlayStation 5? It might be PlayStation 5, I don't remember. And I have Switch, although actually no, we can still do Switch, yeah. So I can test all these controllers, but I gotta say that their input system is not as nice as Epic's. Input bindings, configure inputs, action maps, player. All right, where am I at here? Okay, so this is, there's the player, right? We've got move. We have the one modifier, which I would like to change this name. Can I rename it? Yeah, I can. Okay. Gas, right? Override modify. So we go here, but we need this here, and this is going to be gamepad modifiers. Then the named part of the component that the binding is assigned to. Multiple bindings may be assigned to the same part. All components from all bindings that are assigned. So how do I set the modifier? No processor has been added. Because if I just... Wait. What are these? Can I change just these? And then that would just work, right? Delete. Can I just do this? Can I add to this? Is that possible? Oh, here we go. Vector 2 component. Component type vector 2. That's what I want. So wait, what is this then? This is... I guess it would be this, vector 2. Oh, okay. I see how this works now. And then how do I add to this? Can I even add to this? S to do down arrow. So how do I add? How do I add a button press? Is this just like I click here and I do no? I guess this would be keyboard, right? And then I guess it would be this. And then this would be gamepad. Right trigger. Down would be left trigger. Wait, so is gamepad just a generic gamepad, or is that specific to a specific thing? Because this is not right. Joystick. I don't want this removed. Can I just delete that? Yeah. Delete. Delete. There we go. And this is also a delete. I just wish that I could just like add these here. Can I? Oh, I can. Sweet. There we go. Oh, that's perfect. I think I fucked up though. Can I undo? I can undo. Okay, sweet. I think this. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this is up, this is down, and then we can delete this. Okay, and then that should give us something. And then if we come into here, we can go up to here. And this is not how we wanted to get the things, right? Like this is going to be get user input from move. Something like that, maybe. Input bindings. Does anybody know of a quick video that has good input stuff on it? That goes over this stuff? Unity input, new input system. Would this just be like new input system, I guess? System. Unity 6 input system. I want something quick.
The new input system is a much cleaner and flexible way of gathering the player's input, but this flexibility comes at the cost of more complexity. The old input system worked like this. If I right-click, create C# script, just call this player control. Double-click to open it up. I'll just clear at the start. In the update method, we would have to say if input.getKey, and we could do keycode.d, and then we can say something. We would dot arises when you want to change FPS and so on. So you get the point here, right? All of this repeatable code makes things quick to implement, but also not flexible at all. The problem arises when you want to change the buttons, change the behavior of the buttons, or most importantly, run into a huge problem, which essentially breaks the game when the gameplay switches. For example, say you are building an FPS and have multiple gameplay situations like driving a car, swimming underwater, and moving on land. The arrow keys, or if you are on a controller, the gamepad, will be your primary way of moving around. But how can you tell which state you are in? How can you tell if the player is using a keyboard or a controller? After all, the player cannot alter any of these controls in the old input system. The most clear solution would be to check different pools every frame for every single different situation. But this would mean you'd have a pile of code, a long list of nested if-else statements, all hard-coded, all dependent on the keys that are unchangeable, and not to mention the performance would take a massive hit having all this checked during a single update method. And this is not even accounting for all the other game objects you'll have been constantly updated during each frame. By now you should be convinced that the old input system has these detrimental flaws. So the next question is, how do we use the new input system to fix these problems, and how are we supposed to implement it properly? The new input system fixes these game-breaking issues using input action assets. What is an input action asset? Simply put, an input action asset stores all of the action maps, and therefore all of the possible player controls. So to create an input action asset, we will click on Window, go to Package Manager, click on it, and instead of packages that has in project, we will go to Unity Registry, and we will search for input system. As you can see, I have it downloaded here, and if yours says update, make sure you update it, but if it says install, then just click the install button. I already have it though, controls, because it will handle the controls from the player. Now double click to open the input action asset, and we are greeted with this new window, which at first can seem intimidating if you have never seen this before, but I'm going to walk you through every feature and show you how to use it properly. In the top left corner, you can see the control schemes drop down. This is for separating different devices so the input does not get mixed, but this is not necessary to create, as we can just set up each input for each device wherever we want. So this is not needed. I'm not going to do this. To begin, we need an action map, so let's click on the plus button on the action map column. An action map is a container for the current state of the gameplay and will affect how the input from the player is interpreted. For example, if you wanted a basic container that held all the controls for when
Is that where I'm at right now? Oh, gamepad. There we go. Wait, what? Why does it say global? Okay, so these I don't think this is quite what I want. So we're going to delete these. And this is going to prevent me from actually moving. And I don't want that. There we go. These all seem sane. But the gamepad stuff doesn't. I mean, then the other stuff didn't. So I'm going to leave that. And then we can go to here. We've got look. We don't need those. Attack and do. I think all of this we can probably get rid of. We can get rid of sprint. Don't need that. We'll get rid of jump because we don't have a jump. We don't have a crouch. Interact we can leave. Do. Then if we add a binding with 2 modifiers, this is just left and right, right? Gamepad. Left stick. Left stick. Right. Modifiers. Left stick. Oh no, I did that one already. Gamepad. Left stick. Left. Yeah, there. Gamepad. And then the binding is the
When your player moved around and interacted with the world, you can create an input action asset named Basic Gameplay. But if you wanted an underwater section, you can create another input action map called Underwater Section. One for driving, one for flying, etc. The main thing I want you to remember is why we separate these different input action maps. Let's say we're on a computer. The arrow keys will move the player, but now the player is underwater. We now have the ability to switch the action maps, and the controls will now register differently because of the current enabled action map. So our up key will now be to swim to the top instead of jump. But then our controls for flying are different. No problem, we just switch the action map, and then we can go back to the basic gameplay when we switch back to it. The input action map tells your game what state the player is in and how it should treat the input it is receiving. So let's create a basic input action map. We'll call it Base Combat. Okay, I created an input action map. Now what? Now we can look over the column on the right and see that it says actions. This column is just what it says it is. It is the specific actions for what the player does. For example, moving, jumping, shooting, etc. You create that connects the physical, which takes the different press arrow keys as input from the player, and the actions for what the player does. For example, moving, jumping, shooting, etc. So this column is the bridge that connects the physical input from the player and the actual data given to your game. For example,
By the way, how are things, Mr. Danny?
say the player moves using the arrow keys. We can create an action named move, which takes the different press arrow keys as input and gives our game the data where we can later code with this data to make the player move. Remember, the action is a bridge that connects the physical input the player puts in and spits out data based on that input. The next question, how do we set up certain inputs and how do we determine what kind of data we receive? To create an action, we will click on the plus icon on the top right corner of the action column. By default, it has already created one for us. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this. Cut. And to create a new one, we can just click on this plus icon. For this first action, let's name it jump because this action will handle the player's jump. As you can see, multiple things have occurred after creating just one action. For starters, underneath our created action, we have what is called a binding. The column to the far right now contains a new list of options, and we also have a plus icon for our newly created action. Let's break down what each one is and find out how each one works. Let's start with the binding.
Wait, did I miss that? Oh, okay, no, I didn't.
What is it? Remember when I said an action is the bridge from the physical input from the player to the data in the game? The binding is the start of that bridge. Bindings are the physical controls on a device that the player can use. Okay, but how do we set a specific input to the binding? If we look in the right column, we can see this path option under the binding dropdown. We can click on it and find whatever physical input we are looking for. And Unity makes this extremely easy by simply clicking the listen button and touching whatever key we wish to activate this action. This is where the new input system
Oh,
really
that's
begins to shine,
so
as
much.
we can not only hook up keyboard
I was
controls, but
looking
we can
for that. That's so much better. Oh my god, I was really hoping for that. So this one, if why is mine not like that?
We can also hook up mobile device controls and console controller controls for PlayStation and Xbox. This is why control schemes aren't really necessary, as we can manually hook up all the controls ourselves. Because we are in a jump action, I'm going to make this action trigger by the spacebar. Now under the binding dropdown, we have two more subsections, interactions and processors. Interactions change how the physical input can be activated. For example, what if we wanted the jump to occur by double tapping the space?
Wait. What the fuck? Okay, so here's move. We add a binding. Interesting. Okay, so this kind of binding here needs to be that, and add a binding with one modifier, right? That gives me that. And then here, do we have the listen? Oh, we do. Okay, so the modifier. Okay, so we do this, and that gives us gamepad. And then the binding here, this is the part that I'm a little bit confused on. So this is the modifier in the binding. What's the difference?
Spacebar or holding it down. The new input system offers this variety to customize the game to your needs. For me, simply pressing the spacebar works, so I will leave it blank. So what is the processors tab? The processors tab can modify the value received.
One sec. Unity input system. Modifiers and bindings. Do we want 12? An input binding represents a connection between an action and one or more controller controls identified by controller path. For example, the right trigger of a gamepad, a control might be bound to an action named accelerate. So that pulling the right trigger causes the car to accelerate in your game. Yes. I like how they're talking about it and then they didn't do it down here. Missed opportunities. You can add multiple bindings to an action, which is generally useful for supporting multiple types of input devices. For example, in the default set of actions, the move action has a binding to the left gamepad stick, and the WASD keys, which means input through any of these bindings will perform the action. You can also bind multiple controls from the same device to an action. For example, both the left and right trigger of a gamepad could be mapped to the same action. So that pulling either trigger has the same result in your game. Yes, I get that. To do path, control path, that identifies the controls from which the action should receive input. Example, gamepad, left stick. Yeah. Control path is override. That overrides path. Unlike path, override path is not present, so you can use it to non-destructively override the path on a binding. If it is set to something other than null, it takes effect and overrides path to get the path which is currently in effect, that is either path or override path. You can query the effective path property. All right, that's a little bit more advanced right now than what we really need to answer. It was bindings and modifiers. That's what I'm looking for. Posit bindings. Sometimes you might want to have several controls actions act in unison to mimic a different type of control. The most common example of this is using the WASD keys on the keyboard for 2D vector control equivalent mouse, yada, yada, yada. To create composite in your code, you can use add component binding syntax. There we go. It's a 1D access. That's all I wanted. Wait, was that even an option though? add a binding, right? Hold pressed. Oh, we can do hold and pressed. Note that the pressed interaction only is necessary when customized button. Interesting. I feel like this isn't quite what I'm looking for. Okay, so with one modifier, override modifiers need to press first. 2D vector? That's not what I wanted. Maybe? No. One modifier. Okay, but yeah, and then this has the listen. This is what I want right here. Gamepad trigger. That's fine. And then this would be accelerate. Right? Because like this is we can do this and then we can hold. It's not hold, it's just pressed. Or default pressed behaviors. The action type to button. I wonder if this would be better if I just actually just made my own. Oh, I'm going to try that real quick here. Okay. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do add, and we're going to say, right there, accelerate. And this is type of value, I think. I just want to double, yeah, here. And then in the bindings, I can just add these bindings, right? So like listen for a double. Interesting. Okay, so here I would do add a binding, right? Then we would come into here and listen for a double. No? Interesting. Value button. But this I want it to be a float or a double. Like explicitly I want it to be a double or a float. Oh, that's really cool. So this does work for everything. That's really nice. Okay, so this is gamepad interaction. Be press. Can I do something on release? No. Process? Oh, that's nice. Okay. I think I get that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we can attach it here instead of here. So maybe we can keep this in move. Or can we? How do we do a button? Okay, we're just gonna delete this. This is slightly confusing. Why don't we have nice things here like component types? That's what I want. Like I just want that. It's a 2D vector. Okay, then how do I make one of these? Because it's not in binding, is it? No, the binding. Okay, so binding is the actual key itself. With one modifier. Okay, so this is a modifier. Sorry, this is a binding with one modifier. Right? And then what are these? Are these modifiers or bindings? This is a binding. And what's the difference? This is also showing up as a binding. How's it? Modifiers, binding. Okay, so we listen, trigger. Mm. Modifiers. A composite that requires the use of the user to hold down a modifier button in addition to another control from which the actual value of the binding is determined. This can be used, for example, for bindings such as shift +1. Ah, implemented in the one modifier composite class. The button can be on any device and can be toggle buttons or full range buttons such as gamepad triggers. The result is a value of the same type as the controllers bound to the binding. Okay, so this makes sense now. Okay, so we don't actually want any modifiers at all. Okay, so if I come into this here and we just do, I just want a binding, right? That's all I want. That's all I care about is one binding, right? But I come into here, I add my binding, right? And it won't let me use because it's requiring a vector 2 because of this being a vector 2. That makes sense. Okay, I'm understanding this now. So if I want to do this, I would do this, and then I would do there, and we'll move this up here like so. And actually, let's make a new one. We'll make a new one. Vehicle. I don't think I spelled vehicle right. No, I did spell it right. Okay, there we go. New action. Okay, so this one's going to be seller, right? We're going to come into here and we're going to do listen for W key. And this is going to be a button. Is this it? No. A value. There we go. Any. I want it to be a wait, let's just do this. We don't have any other kind of movements. There we go. Okay, so this here, I don't want this to be a button. I want it to be a value. And I want the value to be of a would it just be digital then? Like I don't think it's digital. Because digital is on off, right? Analog, that's what it would be, right? And then here I can do this. This. No? Okay, that's not it. It's not gamepad. It is gamepad. It's why why is it not working? No, that's stick. There's left trigger. We want right trigger. Right trigger. Right trigger. There we go. Okay, and then we duplicate this, and we're gonna say listen for left trigger, and it doesn't work. Gamepad. Left trigger. There. These are both going to be pressed. Press and release. This one here needs to be invert. Sorry. Yeah. Left trigger is inverted. Then here, this is fine. We can delete that and delete that. There we go. Save. Then we do our bindings. So if we go to here, we would want to do controller bindings, right? Input bindings or setup inputs. My action. Where do I get my action from? Player input component. The player input component provides two whatevers. So how do I bind? Input system on event. So is this just, we need to do what? Input system dot actions on event. On Unity input system API. Danny, are you still around?
For example, say you wanted a control to be inverted or clamped to a certain range. Then you could come in here and add processor. I haven't used this yet, so I can't offer an in-depth analysis on every one, but I would recommend you check this out if you're interested in either inverting your controller values, having dead zones, which are primarily for controllers when you slightly push down on buttons or slightly move the joysticks. The dead zone means it will not activate until it is beyond the set value of pressure. If you're interested in tweaking your received physical input, you might want to experiment with this. So we have built the first part of our bridge with the physical input. We need to build the other side of the bridge, which requires data we received from the physical input. If we select our action, which is tabbed in green, we can see that the action properties panel is slightly changed. It will now have an option marked action type. This is where we decide what data we would like to gather from our physical input. In this case, the input comes from us when we hit the spacebar. So if we click on the action type, a drop-down menu appears with 3 different options. functions, value, button, and pass-through. Let's start with button. This is a one-time action which sends data of the key on a keyboard or a button on a controller. In this case, the spacebar is being pressed. But if you alter the interactions as I showed you earlier, then the data will be received based on how you alter the interaction. More uses of button can be seen with firing a gun, whether you press or hold down the trigger button, or perhaps a melee where you press another button, and so on. Since button handles all of the singular action controls such as jumping or shooting, we need controls that can handle and update the movement of the character. After all, the analog sticks on controllers are not buttons, and even if they were like a computer keyboard with the arrow keys, we would still need different data gathered because we need more information to move and rotate the player than just knowing that a button was pressed. This leads us into the next action types, value and pass-through. These both update continuously as the control changes, which is why these are both great for player movement. The only difference between these two options is that pass-through ignores the disambiguation process. This just means that when multiple devices are hooked up in the game, you can affect the player using a controller, a keyboard, or whatever other devices or controllers you have hooked up. But value only listens and follows one device's input per player, which is why I only use button and value. Pass-through requires a specific type of gameplay to be applicable, and when I play a game, I'm just sticking to one controller or one keyboard, so I haven't found a use case for pass-through yet. You can see that if we have value or pass-through selected, a new option appears named control type. This is where we decide what information we want to gather from our value action type. For movement, we want vector coordinates to move our player, which can be found at the bottom. Some of these other options can be useful, but during my time using Unity's new input system, I've only used Vector 2, Vector 3, Quaternions, and Touch for mobile games. You can look into the other options if you want, but you can make almost any input mechanic with the main control types listed above. Since I'm making a jump mechanic first, I'll leave it as a button. You can see the initial state checkbox under the drop-down menu as well. This simply checks whether your player is holding down a key or button before the game starts. I'm going to leave this unchecked. And finally, we have the plus icon on the action itself. If we click it, we are presented with a drop-down menu with the first option reading Add Binding. One click, this will add another way of executing the action. For example, under jump, we have the spacebar as the physical input to trigger this action. What if we made a cross-platform game and one of the Xbox controllers A button, or the PlayStation's X button to make the player jump? Or even if we wanted to have multiple ways to jump in the game on keyboard, let's say W, we can do that as well. So let's add these new bindings. For controllers, Unity makes it very easy to add. The lowest button on the controller out of the four main controls is called the button south, which works for PlayStation's X and Xbox's A button. The rest of the controls follow this pattern with button east, button west, and button north. Let's take a look at more of the drop-down options. If we click on it again, the next option is for positive and negative bindings. This is made for two buttons for seeing which direction the control is moving in. It will be negative moving in the minimum value direction, and positive moving in the maximum value direction. If it is in the middle, you can decide which side
Wait,
buttons for seeing
why is
button
his
west and button north. Let's
so
take a look at
much
more of the drop-down
better?
options. If we click on it again, the next option is for positive and negative bindings. This is made for two buttons for seeing which direction the control is moving in. It will be
Wait, I don't have that as an option though. Oh no, I do. Hey, look. Oh, wait, I might be able to just do that. Let me take a look. No. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Would it be value? Yeah, I think pass through is probably what I want, and I still think it's analog. Mm. And then this actually, this is probably what I want. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. That's what I want. I think I found it. There we go. And then we can add a binding. This will be gamepad. Oh, that's neat. Wait. Can I just do this? Duplicate? Oh, this is wrong. This is backwards. Positive is supposed to be this one. And negative is supposed to be this one. There we go. Then negative should be keyboard S. And then we do a duplicate of this. We do there. And I want to move these up because these are our forwards and these are our backs. We're going to duplicate this as well. We're going to do this, listen, up arrow. And then we're going to duplicate this. And this is going to be, oops, down arrow. Here we go. And then I'm just going to delete this. Lock it. We don't need a look right now. So I'm going to, that's fine. There. And we're going to save asset. And I'm just going to close that for now. Then we're going to come into here and we're going to go back to the binding part.
Negative moving in the minimum value direction, and positive moving in the maximum value direction. If it is in the middle, you can decide which side wins. I haven't used this binding yet, as it is very specific to the type of gameplay you want. If you're going for a mechanic that has a 2-button pressing feature, maybe like bouncing on a rope or a tall building, I can see this as being used, but for my game, it is not needed. The next options are to add bindings with 1 or 2 modifiers. If we select this, we can see a new binding has been created, along with a modifier. This feature is used for button combinations. Say you wanted to have a super punch that is activated when the user presses 2 buttons at the same time, or maybe you have a sprint mechanic that shares a key with a walking mechanic, but this is where modifiers come into play. This feature is used when you want button combinations, and this is a great feature to have. One more thing, we can see the player will appear to be going faster because of digital normalized or normalized bindings like modifiers, as shown earlier, or vectors for movement. The mode defines what we should treat the input as, either as analog, digital normalized, or normalized. Digital normalized treats the input as buttons, so each direction is marked as 0 or 1. 1 for pressed and 0 for not pressed. Digital means the same thing, except the values are not normalized. For example, if you hold down the left and up key, the player will appear to be going faster because the inputted vector has a length greater than 1. It can be best represented as a box shape, while digital normalized can be represented as a circle shape. Digital normalization makes sure that your player moves at the same speed in all directions. The last option is analog, which marks your inputs as floats rather than ones and zeros. This is for controllers, as you can slightly move the analog stick without moving it fully to the maximum edge of the analog stick radius. So you can have a value of 0.5 on the right, which means you have moved it halfway to the right side of the maximum value, which is 1. With all that out of the way, let's set up our jump action back to a button type, save our input action asset, and start looking.
Wait, did I have that? Here's my accelerate. Yeah. Is it the processor? I think we're good here, right? Sorry. Analog. Yeah, and then we've got to pass through. Okay. 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 Let's
Looking at how we
test
can
it.
actually use this to affect our player in our game. So before we close this input action asset, another good way to do this is to just check on the autosave box so you don't have to save it every time. And now with the input action asset selected in the project tab, we can see another
Do
empty
I have
checkbox to generate a
autos?
C# class for the player input. Let's go ahead and check that to make sure that all of our gameplay mechanics are created. If you have made it this far, congrats. All that is left is to show you how to actually implement it into your game. To start, let's find our player and add the component player input on him. Once added, this component has some available fields which are actions, UI input module, camera, and behavior. Let's drag our input action asset we just created onto the action slot. Let's set our default map to the action map we just created. And
Okay, wait. Okay, so we have that, and then we go to here. And this gets the input. Player input? And that goes there. UI input. Camera? Oh, so do I just do this then?
the UI input module and camera we can leave blank, as the UI input module is for interacting with UI elements like menus and pause screens, and the camera is only required for split screen setups when you need to determine which camera is attached to which player. But for this case, we will be simply moving the player, which does not involve interacting with UI or split screen multiplayer.
Okay, so I don't need to actually do the camera system thing, Bob. I just clear it. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Last option we can change is the behavior. This will determine how you choose to receive the actions the player inputs. We have 4 ways of getting notified that the player has inputted something. If we click on the behavior button, a drop-down menu appears, and we have the option to send messages, broadcast messages, invoke Unity events, or invoke C# events. First of all, none of these are wrong. They all have their own ways of implementation. I will go over all of them, show you the process of each implementation, and give you my opinion on them as well. To show you how it'll work, let's take the one control we have, a spacebar. When we hit the spacebar, we need a method to be called that takes the player and forces him into the air, therefore making him jump. Hopefully that's straightforward enough. So where do we put the method, and how do we call it? To solve this, let's create a new C# script called player controller and drag it onto the player object. This is a script where we will call our action methods. Let's also add a rigid body 2D component to the player in order to have the player move in game using physics. To demonstrate how our first behavior works, which is send messages, let's take a look underneath the behavior option, and we can see a list of actions: on device lost, on device regained, on controls changed, and our action right after. Except it is not named jump, but on jump. This is because send messages
Wait. Sorry. On device lost, on device regained, on controls changed, on accelerate, on attack. Track device position on middle click. Interesting. Open and interesting. Okay. So we've got the one that we want.
calls your jump
maybe.
method with the on word before your actual action name. For example, if our specific action if our specific action was called jumping, it would be called on jumping. If the action was called go higher, it would need to be named on go higher. The only other requirement for making this work is to make sure the script for calling the method, which we will create in the new script we just added, is attached to this game object. We already added the script component to this game object, so now we just need to call it. Let's double click to open up our new player controller script. To start, let's get a reference to our player controllers and a rigid body 2D. In order to use the new input system, let's also get access to its namespace. So to get access to our player controllers, we can just say private player controls, which is our input action asset, and we can just call this player controls. We also need to get access to our rigid body 2D, so let's create a private rigid body 2D called RB. And then we can just assign this in the start method. Player controls is a new player controls. RB, you're going to get the component of the 2D rigid body. Now, let's create our jump method. Remember, we need to add the word on before we call our jump, and that gets called when our action is performed. So I will write private void on jump with curly braces. And in this method, we can write the logic. To see if our method is being called, let's first just write debug.log jump. Let's go back into Unity and play the game to see if our method gets called. And as you can see, every time I press the spacebar, our method gets called. Now let's actually make him jump. We'll go back and see if... And in this method, we can write the logic. To see if our method is being called, let's first just write debug.log jump. Let's go back into...
Okay. let's do that. Okay, so all of this update stuff I don't actually want right now, because I'm going to change all of this. And I don't need that because they do things a little bit different. And this should be on its own line, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so if we do void on accelerate, like that, then we do what was it? It was debug log debug dot log accelerate. There we go. Let's see if that works. And then we've got to do the player controller, private player controller, and the rigid body. We've got those already. Player controls. Player controls? Oh, he's got player controls somewhere else. That's
to
why.
Unity and play the game to see if our method gets called. And as you can see, every time called when our action is performed. And then we can just controllers. To start, let's get is attached to this game object. We already added the script component to this game object, making this work.
Oh,
Let's also get access.
okay. So that's his. Mine's input system, I think. So this would be input system. What's it named? Named. Is this what he's talking about? Input system actions? No, it's not what he was talking about. He skipped something. And I'm trying to figure out where that is. Okay, wait. Here we go.
Halfway to the right side of the maximum value, which is 1. With all that out of the way, let's set up our jump action back to a button type. Save our input action asset and start looking at how we can actually use this to affect our player in our game. So before we close this input action asset, another good way to do this is to just check on the autosave box so you don't have to save it every time. And now with the input action asset selected in the project tab, we can see another empty checkbox to generate a C# class for the player input. Let's go ahead and check that to make sure that all of our gameplay mechanics are...
Is that this? Oh, here we go.
are created. If you have made it this far...
Okay, then we'll just do that. Okay, and then here we can do the input system actions, input actions, like that. And then start, we can do input sorry, input actions equals new input system actions. There.
Far, congrats. All that is left is to show you how to actually implement it into your game. To start, let's find our player and add the component player input on him. Once added, this component has some available fields, which are actions, UI input module, camera, and behavior. Let's drag our input action asset we just created onto the action slot. Let's set our default map to the action map we just created, and the UI input module and camera we can leave blank, as the UI input module is for interacting with UI elements like menus and pause screens, and the camera is only required for split screen setups when you need to determine which camera is attached to which player. But for this case, we will be simply moving the player, which does not involve interacting with UI or split screen multiplayer. The last option we can change is the behavior. This will determine how you choose to receive the actions the player inputs. We have 4 ways of getting notified that the player has inputted something. If we click on the behavior button, they all have their own ways of implementation. I will go over all of them, show you the process of each implementation, and give you my opinion on them as well. To show you how it'll work, let's take the one control we have, a spacebar. When we hit the spacebar, we need a method to be called that takes the player and forces him into the air, therefore making him jump. Hopefully that's straightforward enough. So where do we put the method, and how do we call it? To solve this, let's create a new C# script called player controller and drag it onto the player object. This is a script where we will call our action methods. Let's also add a rigid body 2D component to the player in order to have the player move in game using physics. To demonstrate how our first behavior works, which is send messages, let's take a look underneath the behavior option, and we can see a list of actions: on device lost, on device regained, on controls changed, and our action right after. Except it is not named jump, but on jump. This is because send messages calls your jump method with the on word before your actual action name. For example, if our specific action if our specific action was called jumping, it would be called on jumping. If the action was called go higher, it would need to be named on go higher. The only other requirement for making this work is to make sure the script for calling the method, which we will create in the new script we just added, is attached to this game object. We already added the script component to this game object, so now we just need to call it. Let's double click to open up our new player controller script. To start, let's get a reference to our player controllers and a rigid body 2D. In order to use the new input system, let's also get access to its namespace. So to get access to our player controllers, we can just say private player controls, which is our input action asset, and we can just call this player controls. We also need to get access to our rigid body 2D, so let's create a private rigid body 2D called RB. And then we can just assign this in the start method. Player controls is a new player controls. RB, you're going to get the component of the 2D rigid body. Now, let's create our jump method. Remember, we need to add the word on before we call our jump, and that gets called when our action is performed. So I will write private void on jump with curly braces. And in this method, we can write the logic. To see if our method is being called, let's first just write
Okay, so I think that's all we need, right? There's our new input action. Yeah, that's what he got here. Input action system. And then here we do a private on accelerate there. And then we hit, oh wait, we have to do this build, right? That builds it, and then we come over to here and we hit play. And then when we hit play, we should be able to not see anything because it's not working. What if I W? Okay, so that still works. I wonder if it's because I have this updates stuff here. If I just do this build, I think that should disable all movement, right? Close that for now. What if I, okay, so I've got that. We hit we say forward, back, forward, back. Nope. Okay. It doesn't work. Okay, so what if I want to create a new input system? Altogether, just say fuck this one and just go straight to new system altogether. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Sorry. This is slightly annoying. Okay, so that's not word. Accelerator. Accelerator. Pass through analog. And be analog, and then add binding. This binding would be listen for I don't know what just happened there, but whatever. Okay. So that does not work. I don't know. It doesn't. Button isn't correct. So it's not a vector 2D. It is a double. Like this should be a double, right? This is a little bit annoying. Okay, there we go. Listen. So no. No on that. Okay. So double does not work. Double does nothing. Is it digital? It's not digital. No. Would it be access? I don't think it's access, right? Type of control by an action IG button or stick. This will limit the controls. Okay. Ten out of 10. 10 out of 10. Choice. Gamepad. Can I just do right trigger? That's fine. Gamepad. Yeah, that's good. All right, and then can we save? No, where's our save button? Does it auto save? Fine. Okay. Okay, and then here we want to on I think it was accelerator, right? This is a little bit more than annoying right now. On accelerator, yeah. Of course. Oh, it's because I've got a typo here. That's fine. No, I don't. Okay, wait. That's apparently not actually a typo. There we go. Build. Is that correct though? Private void on. Does it even take anything? It should, right? Like it should take a float. Okay, if I build here and then hit play, does it work? Unity driving game with or vehicle with new input system. I do not like the input system in Unity so far. It is actually overly complicated for no good reason. Unreal has a lot of faults for its new input system too, but like Unity's is fucking stupid. Let's see here. Input action movement. I guess it's just too new still. Which is kind of upsetting because like it shouldn't be too new. You wouldn't expect it to be too new. That it's just like horribly documented. On move input movement. There we go. On move input value movement value. Input Please tell me they actually have fucking actual stuff here. There we go. And then, yeah, okay, so then movement value dot get float. Okay. Tell me this is going to work. Please tell me this will work. Fuck, this build is taking forever. Wait, is it building or is it done? Build complete. Okay, it was finished. It still doesn't work. How to use gamepad triggers with Unity's new input system.
Are you tired of trying to create a player controller with Unity's new user input system by digging through the convoluted documentation and scouring through 30-minute to hour-long videos? Well, this tutorial is meant for you, since I'll be showing how to install the input system, how to set up the input system, and show movement with a joystick and an action with a button via script in the shortest time possible. So no more time wasting, let's get moving. Pun oh so intended. Have your Unity project open. I'll be showcasing the process within the 2020 LTS version, but this should be applicable in the 2019 LTS version and 2020 system. Then click install. Click open up once Unity resets. Name it something that makes sense to you. Now it's time to create our action map. Input system. In this folder, right-click, create, input actions, then I'll give it a name, input system. Just name it something that makes sense to you. Now it's time to create our action map. So double-click the input action item we just created. A new dialog window will open with 3 columns. A quick breakdown of these columns is as follows. The action map is essentially the container of actions that auto, where you can run around at their disposal depending on which map is active. The player may only have one action map active at a time. This is useful, for example, in a game like Grand Theft Auto, where you can run around, jump, shoot guns, but then you can get in a car and drive around. If you use the same action map for both scenarios, you can end up with user inputs that overlap, such as the jump button would be the same as the accelerate button, and that would cause conflicts. Actions are just a container that holds the input bindings for each action, and the properties can be used to determine how the inputs can be interacted with and what type of outputs are generated by the user inputs. If none of this made sense to you, that is okay. Once we create our action map, it should make more sense. Let's create our action map. Click the plus sign in the action map column, which will immediately ask for a name, and I'll call it player on ground. This can be renamed by double-clicking on the name. An action will automatically be populated, which I will rename to move, which can be renamed by double-clicking the name or right-mouse clicking and selecting rename. You'll notice next to the action's name, there's a small green rectangle. This green rectangle will be next to all the actions inside of your action map. With our action selected, you'll notice the properties column has new options for us. Action type is fairly important to understand, and the nitty-gritty of it is, a button is meant for cases where an action occurs with a single button press and is only triggered once. Pass-through will accept all inputs and update according to all the input values. And finally, value attempts to take the strongest value from all the inputs, and once it determines the strongest input, will ignore the other inputs. This is useful if you have a game that can be played with either gamepad or keyboard and mouse, and you want to avoid the player from being able to use both at the same time to get an advantage. I personally use the action type value for most actions, and for the control.
Okay, so we're gonna. Okay, so I like this guy so far has a better tutorial. Has the best tutorial. We don't actually want pass through. We want value. That's fine. Okay.
control type drop list, you'll notice many options, which is essentially asking you what type of output do you want the user input to give. In our case, for movement, I want the output to be stick, which just means it will track the stick's value that we bind to this action and give us values accordingly. We don't need interactions or processors at this point. It is time to bind or assign our input to our action. Again, we are focusing on using a gamepad, so make sure you have a gamepad connected to your computer. You should notice that there is an arrow next to your action's name. Click this. A new options drop below, and you'll notice there is a blue rectangle next to this. This is known as the binding option. Select it and notice new options appear in the properties column. The path dropdown can be used to manually search what type of binding you want this action to have. If it is not giving you a dropdown selection option, you need to click the letter T icon on the right-hand side. A nice feature included in this package is if you click the dropdown button and select the listen button, you can push any button or move any stick and it will auto-populate inputs that match what you touched. In this case, I want my left joystick, and once it populates, it gives me two options: the left stick for gamepad or left stick for Xbox controller. I have noticed that selecting the left stick for gamepad generally works well for a generic option and easily carries over for multiple controllers. Save the asset found at the top of the dialog window. Honestly, I'm sure most of you already knew how to do that portion, since most tutorials cover that section very thoroughly. However, this is where the difficulty spikes a bit, and that is because you now have at minimum 4 options about how to handle the receiving of the input data and how to manipulate it. I plan on showing you the easiest option of handling this. In my scene, I have a 2D sprite acting as my player, but a 3D object could just as easily work. I have a 2D rigid body component attached and a 2D collider. I'll make sure my rigid body component has gravity set to 0, and I'll check the freeze rotation option. This is just for my example. You can have these settings how you like for your project if you know what they do. We are now at the point where we need to decide how we want to collect our user's input, which for us we are going to use a component called player input. On our player, attach a player input component. Click the drop down arrow to see all the options available. For the actions input field, click it and select our input action item. Currently, we do not need to fill out the UI input module or the camera field for the purpose of this tutorial. The UI input module will be important when you start including UI elements to your game, which if you'd like to see a tutorial incorporating this, let me know down in the comments. As for the camera input field, this is important for multiplayer, which we don't need. You may have noticed the drop down options for the behavior field. We are going to keep this as send messages. This is essentially acting as a Unity event and will make
Wait, did I not have the... Fuck's sakes. Okay, that's cool. That's fun. Default scheme, gamepad, sure. Player, and that's fine. Play. I'm gonna get in here and it's still not gonna work. It still doesn't work. Of course it doesn't work. Because working would be too difficult for this.
make our lives much easier. There are 3 other options, but they start to scale up in complexity, which is what we are trying to avoid. The method I'll show you will be more than sufficient to be able to get the project up and running. I want you to notice the small box full of text below the behavior field. These are method names we can use in our code. Click off the player object and then click back on it. You should have noticed a new text appearing in this box. It should say on move, which should sound familiar since our action was called move. The player input component automatically creates an on method for any action we have in our input action item. Remember this method name since this is what we will be using in our code to get player input data. Time to go over how to actually code the controls. So start off by creating a C# script, which I'll call mine player controls. With the script open, I'm going to delete the start and update method since we don't need these for our script. We need to access a new library, so at the top of the script, add in using Unity Engine.input system. Since I'm going to be using Unity's built-in physics to move our player around, we need to gain access to our player's 2D rigid body. We can achieve this by creating a serialized field tag, then creating a private rigid body 2D variable, which I'll call RB2D. I want to be able to easily adjust our player's speed, so create another serialized field tag, then a private float called speed. We need one more variable, which can be a private vector 2 called move input value. This will store the value we get from our player's input. Remember that method name I asked you to hold in your brain? Well, it is now time to use that. Let's create a new method called onMove, and in the parentheses, we need to create the parameter input value with the name of value. The name can be anything, but I prefer to use value. This method we created will now be invoked every time the player is moving the stick on our gamepad, which will pass the vector 2 values through a parameter that we call value. So to store the value, type out our private vector 2 we created earlier and set it equal to the value.get less than vector 2 greater than parentheses and semicolon. We can put a debug.log in this method as well to quickly check to see if it is working. Now we have the data from the user input, which is a vector 2. A vector 2 gives us 2 values, an x value, which would be the horizontal position of the joystick, and a y value, which is the vertical position of the joystick. These values can now be used in your typical movement method. In this case, I will be showing how to do movement with rigid bodies. Create a new private method, which I'll call move logic method. Let us create a local vector 2 variable, which I'll label result. We will set this equal to move input value multiplied by our speed value multiplied by time.fixed delta time. We multiply by speed to give an easy method of controlling the speed via our inspector, and we multiply by time.fixed delta time to help smooth out the movement, since we will be calling our method in fixed update, which is meant for physics calculation. We now have a vector 2, which can be used to set our player's velocity. To do this, call our RB2D variable .velocity equals result. The last portion of the script is to create our fixed update method, which is meant to update after a predetermined number of frames. So the more frames your game is able to produce, the more times this update method will be called. With this created, call our move logic method function and save the script. Go back to your Unity window. Apply the script to your player object, set the speed value, and drag your player into the RB2D field. Start your game and test. The left joystick should be moving your character around. If you are using this in 3D, remember that you're dealing with 3 dimensions, and the X and Z are typically the axes that player movement is based around. We now know how to collect input data from a joystick, but how about a button? Well, this is a very similar process to what we just did. Double click our input action item and create a new action by clicking the plus sign in the top right corner of the actions column. I'm going to name this new action button regular. With our new action highlighted, in the properties column, change the action type to button. Let's create another action and this time call it button hold. For this button hold action, in the properties, make the action type button and now click the plus sign next to interactions. You'll see 5 different choices, which I'm going to select the interaction type of hold. All this option means is the player has to hold the button for a specified time frame before the action occurs. The interaction types I have seen the most used are hold, multi-tap, and tap. These are pretty self-explanatory and have decent Unity documentation. I'm going to leave the properties of the hold button as default values, but feel free to mess around with these. Lastly, assign a binding to both of our new actions, which I'll make mine both the gamepad south button and then save the asset. For further clarity, click on your player object and go to the player component. Review the text box that holds the different method names, and you should notice both of our new actions receive their own methods. Go back to our player control script. Create 2 new new methods based on our new actions, which in my case will be private void on button regular and private void on button hold. Since a button can be used from anything such as jumping all the way to shooting, we will just create a generic demonstration of how the different button actions will work. Let's create a debug.log in both methods, and I'll put a message that makes sense in both logs. That was all that was needed for the scripting, so save and go back to Unity. Start your game and do a simple press of the south button of the gamepad, and you should notice in the console that our debug message appears. Now hold the button. You should notice that the debug message for the regular button press shows, then after the determined time frame, the hold button message appears. It is also good to take note that these actions only fired once while holding the button down. That means the button needs to be released and pressed again for the action to occur again. Well, that should get you all on the right track on using the new Unity user input system. There are a multitude of ways to achieve the effects that we created with the possibility of even more control on how the input can work. However, with more control comes more complexity, and this is meant to get you up and running as soon as possible with as little headache involved. And honestly, 31.
Does he have one on triggers? Unity new input system controller triggers. I want the value. It's not what I want either. Controller triggers. Controller trigger values. Right trigger value.
Hello everyone, in today's video we will talk about these means and what you can use it for. We will create a basic simple control. Let's get started. So if you use and group it in all and pattern for rotation and loads more for different use cases. Value has a this for example. For this tutorial I will use the value type, so with that in mind let's continue. So then we set our direction, so check out the player game object. The z-axis will be the forward and backward axis, and the x will be the left and right. So based on this, context Xbox controller, it will.
The guy's stuff seems okay, but like it still doesn't actually cover the one thing that seems to be undocumented entirely in their system, is how to work with fucking analog buttons. Why can the Unity system not fucking work with analog buttons? Unity new input system analog buttons. Yeah, I want a 1D access. Wait a second. No, I've got this as an as a access. So 1D access. Yeah. This should give me a fucking float, and it's not. This here never actually gets called. If I build this, this will never get called, and it's unclear to me as to why this is not ever being called, because there's no feedback as to why it's just not working. I did what the other guy did, and it's like, oh hey, you know, fucking buttons just don't work. Why? Oh, no reason.
So you may have used the new in.
Hello and welcome. I'm your Code Monkey, and here let's learn how to have everything set up with the full course and how to so nothing changes. You've got action name this action. It also created a new binding. If it didn't, you can just right click and add a binding. So the binding, this is the actual physical input that we want to tie into this action. Then for selecting the physical input on the keyboard and just select it. Alright, so with that we have the most basic input asset done. We made the player action map. Inside we defined a jump action. We made it so that it works like a button, and we bound that action to the physical spacebar input. Now let's see how to actually use this to jump an object. And also one very important thing that you cannot forget is to actually save this asset. So up here you've got a button for save asset, and up here on the title for this window you can see a little asterisk. This means that there are unsaved changes. So when you see that, make sure you save it. And also up here on the right side you have a toggle where you can enable to autosave. So the reason why this is a toggle, not simply enabled all the time, is because of the C# plus generation, which we're going to see in a bit. But until we do, turn this on and make things simple. Okay, so now that we have over here our actions working, in order to use them, the simplest way is with a pre-bound component. So I've got my testing scene here. I essentially just got a floor, and then I've got a basic sphere object. So I want to jump the sphere. And over here, let's add a component, and let's search for player input. So this is a built-in component that is really useful for working with the new input system. Over here, you can see it takes an input action asset. So just drag the one that we created. There it is. Then we've got default map. Right now we just have one, so let's default to that one. Then we've got some more advanced use case for dealing with the UI camera and so on. So just leave these at none. And then you've got the behavior. So this is how the actual notifications of each action are sent. And over here, you've got various methods you can use. So first of all, you've got send messages, which uses the Unity send message system. So it triggers functions with these names on any script attached to this game object. Then the next one is broadcast messages. This one is similar to send message, except that it also triggers functions on any child objects. But most of the time, you should use one of the other two. So either Unity events, which you may already be familiar with, or basic C# events. So let's see the Unity events. Now here we have an events tab that we can expand to see all the various events that this object will fire. So by default, we've got these three. So when it's triggered, when the device is lost, for example, a gamepad gets disconnected, regain, so the gamepad gets connected again, or controls change, so for example, you swap from the keyboard to the gamepad. So these are normally Unity events, so you can click on the plus icon, select an object and the function to trigger them. And then up here you've got the player, so that's the specific action map that we created. And up here we've got the jump, so this is the event that we made, the actual action. So this is where we can trigger something. So let's make a script that we can then feed into here in order to have our event. So up here I'm just going to make a basic C# script, call it testing input system, and here let's attach it to this game object. Okay. Now here let's just make a very simple function. So let's make a public void jump, and on jump let's just do a debug.log jump. Okay, just very basic. And for the object, let's drag this game object as the object, and for the function, let's go down to the testing input system and the jump function. Okay, so like this, let's test. So here I am as I press the spacebar. Yep, there you go, I've got the log. Alright, it does work. Now let's just make the rigid bot jump upwards. So just for
What? Okay.
fun. Like, so this is how the actual notifications of each action are sent. And over here, you've got various methods you can use. So first of all, you've got send messages, which uses the Unity send message system. So it triggers functions with these names on any script attached to this game object. Then the next one is broadcast messages. This one is similar to send message, except that it also triggers functions on any child objects. But most of the time, you should use one of the other two. So either Unity events, which you may already be familiar with, or basic C# events. So let's see the Unity events. Now here we have an events tab that we can expand to see all the various events that this object will fire. So by default, we've got these three. So when it's triggered, when
Okay, let's go back to here. We're going to click on here, and we're going to switch over to Unity events. That's fine. Open events. Player. Okay. Add.
when a device is lost, for example, a gamepad gets disconnected, regain, so the gamepad gets connected again, or controls change, so for example, you swap from the keyboard to the gamepad. So these are normally Unity events, so you can click on the plus icon, select an object and the function to trigger them. And then up here you've got the player, so that's the specific action map that we created. And up here we've got the jump, so this is the event that we made, the actual action. So this is where we can trigger something. So let's make a script that we can then feed into here in order to have our event. So up here I'm just going to make a basic C# script, call it testing input system, and here let's attach it to this game object. Okay. Now here let's just make a very simple function, basic C# script, call it testing input system, and here let's attach it to.
Okay, so create a folder, input systems. And then we create a. Wait, what kind of script was he saying?
This game object. Here in our action map that we created, and up here we've got the jump. So this is lost, for example. Now here, what needs then to use them, the simplest way is with a pre-bound compare. Let's add it. So just drag the one that we created. There it is. Then we've got so it triggers functions with these names on any squad. Most of the time, events tab that we can expand to see all the various events that this object will fire. So by default, we've got these three. So when it's triggered, when the device is lost, for example, you can click on the plus icon, select an object and the function to trigger them. And then up here, you've got the player. So that's the specific action map that we created. And up here, we've got the jump. So this is the event that we made, the actual action. So this is where we can trigger something. So let's make a script that we can then feed into here in order to have our event. So up here, I'm just going to make a basic C# script. Call it testing input system. And here, let's attach it to this game object. Okay. Now here, let's just make a.
So it is a mono behavior. Create mono behavior. Test vehicle input. Is this auto compiling every time I do something? Player. Sell it.
Very simple function. So let's make a public void jump, and on jump, let's just do a debug.log jump. Okay, just very basic. And for the object, let's drag this game object.
Wait, what? Isn't this on the sphere? Okay, whatever. The function.
As the object, and for the function, let's go down to the testing input system and the jump function. Okay, so like this, let's.
Oh.
Be familiar with, or basic C#. Let's just make we're going to make a basic. So let's make a public void jump.
Okay, so it needs to be public. I have the vehicle controller, and I think that's what I'm editing, right? Yeah, vehicle controller. Here, I have the public void here. Does it not like the fact that I have the input here? Yeah, bad accelerator seems to work. Okay, so bad accelerator is the way to go, and that doesn't actually log anything. Is this like a console thing? Oh, okay, that's why. Oh, that's why. I was expecting it to print the screen for some reason. I need to put this somewhere better. There we go. So how do I get this to be correct then? Okay, I'm sure that he's...
And on jump, let's just do a debug.log jump. Okay, just very basic. And for the object, let's drag this game object as the object. And for the function, let's go down to the testing input system and the jump function. Okay, so like this, let's test. So here I am as I... All right. Okay, so just like this, just add for support, just make the sphere jump. So here, and as I press the spacebar, there you go, the sphere jumps. All right, so far so good. Now, however, there's one interesting thing that you might notice, which is even though I press the spacebar just once, over here we actually see 3 logs. Now, the reason for that has to do with the various phases that the input system goes through. So it's essentially one log for when the button was pressed, another one for the button is currently pressed, and finally for the button release. If we expand the event, we can see this event can be called with a parameter of type callback context. This is the type that contains more data on specifically how the button was pressed. So let's modify our function to also include this parameter. So
Wait. Oh, callback with context, yeah.
back in our script, let's add using Unity engine.input system, and then we can modify this one, and we're going to receive of type input action dot callback context. Then of course, if you want, you can just directly go to the...
Oh. I'm just going to move this over to my other screen here so I can see it, and we can go through this together. And I'm just going to do this. Oops.
definition and inspect receive to also include this parameter. So back in our script, let's add using Unity engine.input system, and then we can modify this one, and we're going to receive of type input action dot callback context. Then of course, if you want, you can just directly go to the definition and inspect all the source code, all the various things that this one does. But over here, let's just see the actual phase. So let's set into the log the context.phase. And back in the editor, since we modified the function, let's assign it again. So once again, the jump function. There you go. So let's test. Okay, so here, and as I press the spacebar, and there you go, you can see the various stages it goes through. So the start, so that's as soon as I press, perform, so that's I'm currently pressing it, and cancel, which is when I release. So these are the 3 separate stages that the input system goes through. So for example, for a button, chances are you really only want it to be triggered once when the button is pressed. So you can use the performed event. You can either test if the phase equals phase.performed, or you can just go if context.performed.
Okay, wait. So this is an enum that it returns back. So context.phase. Oh, it's missing now. Missing vehicle controller accelerator. I'm not crazy, so it is broken. Wholeheartedly, just absolutely.
So this is a simple boolean that simply returns true. In fact, gets you can over here. Now let's see how to actually use this to jump an object. And also one very important thing that action, it also created a new binding. If it didn't, you can just right click and add a binding. So if you had a game where you have a player that can walk around the world but also enter vehicle, be familiar with. So back in our script, let's add in and there you go. Now I can see the various contexts. So I can see the action is in the action map player. It's the jump action. It was triggered by the keyboard space. Then for the phase, this one is the start. It happened on the time of 5.9 seconds. And once again, the key keyboard space with the value 1, access the player action map, access the movement action. And then over here we can call read value, read as a vector 2, and so on. So same thing that we're doing here. Let's do it up there. your control schemes. So let's add one. Let's call this the keyboard. And over here on the list, you select the type. So let's select the type keyboard and hit on save. Then here for each individual binding, you can go ahead and over here tick and make sure that this one is used in the keyboard control scheme. So just select that one in there. Then over here for all these, select them one by one. Okay, so now all of these bindings are set as keyboard bindings. And now we can go up here, create a new control scheme, name this one gamepad. And on the list, let's select a gamepad, select a generic gamepad, and just hit on save. And when you do, you can see that the bindings disappear. Now if you want, of course, they're not lost, so you can go back into the keyboard and you can see the keyboard bindings. Then go into the game system, of the awesome power of the new input system. Like I said, the processors, they are super useful when it comes to gamepads. And by the way, here, since we actually have two control schemes, we can add processors on the action itself. So click on that value button and then pass through. Now pass through is similar to value, but it bypasses something called the disambiguation, which is the process through which the input system decides which input is active. For the most part, you really want to use value. Now, so far, we've been playing with an input action that we created from scratch. However, if you want to quickly get it up and running, you can also use the default. So if you go onto a game object and then add the player input component, if you do not assign anything here, one more thing here in the code is with regards to multiple action maps. So as an example, let's create one to see how it works. So first of all, go up here, create a new action map. Let's say this is the UI. So we want a bunch of inputs for navigating. That's very simple, like we saw. Now, something that I showed a while ago that is super useful is the input debugger. You go up here into window, then down here into analysis, and open up the input debugger. And over here, it shows you all the various connected devices. So for example, in my case, so with this, we have the new input system working. One thing that is required in pretty much every game is rebinding keys. So let's see how that's done. Over here on the testing.
I thought that he actually covered something useful, but he really didn't. He covered a little bit of useful stuff, and then the vast majority of this is useless information. He's like, he doesn't actually cover gamepad stuff. Because like the number one thing on gamepad, so buttons traditionally, unless Unity's stupid, but you know, I don't put it past them to do something fucking retarded. Fucking stupid. Which is when this is pressed in, it's not a 1 or a 0. It's a fucking float. And I don't know why Unity doesn't seem to want to understand that. It's a float. It should be a float. It's supposed to be a float. It's not supposed to be a 1 or a 0. And it doesn't seem to have the ability to use context like he said it did, because Unity's broken. What else is new, right? Like Unity is just their access doesn't work. It has no meaning. None of this has meaning. I want a double. Like that's all I care about is a double. I don't need a 1. I don't need from -1 to 1. I just need from 0 to 1. So I should be able to do a double, right? But if you go into double, now this isn't valid. Why? Because reasons. Because Unity is a bad fucking system. There's literally nothing here. Nothing. Okay, so double's useless. It's not a vector 2. I don't need 2 vectors to give me enough information to tell me how far somebody's pressed in a fucking button, right? If I go digital, that doesn't make any goddamn sense because it's not technically a digital input, right? It is technically an analog input. Let's see if this actually wants to do the right thing. Look, there's is there any way to get this to stop doing that? I would like it to not fucking recompile every time I touch something. It's a value. Type is value. That's fine. It's not an integer. Double is useless. It doesn't have any input types. Analog is useless. It doesn't have any input types. Axis is useless because you can't actually bind to it. It's not a delta. It's not a quaternion. It's not a stick. It's not a D-pad. It's not touch. I don't know what that is. I'm guessing that has to do with animations. Phone. Or VR. These are VR, probably. So there is nothing for a trigger. So Unity's input system does not support gamepad triggers. I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why their documentation doesn't state that it's useless, but it fucking pisses me off. Why can't Unity do one thing fucking right? Why do they insist on doing the wrong thing? Access 1D doesn't exist. It'd be nice if it did, but it doesn't. Oh, look, I do that. And it's an Access. I tell it's a gamepad. Oh, and it won't give me the goddamn fucking value. Watch this, watch this. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna press my little trigger button, and it's gonna be like, oh yeah, that doesn't do anything. Which is fair because I haven't bound it, but still, I'm gonna come into here, I'm gonna hit events, right? Player. Watch this, watch this. Look at that. The accelerate's not there. Why? Why? Because Unity's a bad. Oh, wait. Maybe. Please tell me this is actually going to work. If this actually sends fucking values, I'm going to be happy. It's still using the bad one, but at least it's using something. Oh, we got somewhere at least. Why does the new Unity input system not support trigger values? Can I get a value from it? How do I get the value? Actually, you know what? This guy actually had some stuff later on.
Over here, subscribing to the performed on the movement action, we can make a very simple private void update. And over here, we can actually read the value on every frame.
Wait, what's going on here?
Save, which is because of the C# class generation. If you have the generation enabled and you change just one tiny thing, so for example over here, change from button into value, as soon as I change, then you can see down there that Unity is compiling, so everything is frozen, I gotta wait a bit, and so on. So if you do have C# generation enabled, then it makes sense to disable it, do all your changes, then save, and when you save, then it does generate the C# class. Okay, so this is our movement action. Then over here for the action type, this is not a button, so we're going to use value, and then you can see a field for the control type. So this is if you want to limit it to a specific type, like for example, only allow the D-pad or analog inputs or anything, or you can also go with any if you're not entirely sure. But in this case, we do know that we want movement, which means that we want an X and Y axis, so let's go with a simple vector 2. And then let's also delete the default binding that was created automatically, so just right click over here, click on delete, and instead let's click on this plus icon. Instead of adding a normal binding, let's add a 2D vector composite. So with this we get 4 directions, so up, down, left, right. So this makes it perfect for binding to something like the arrow keys or W, A, S, and D. So I'm going to regenerate the C# to the player input actions. Then we're going to go into the player action map. And now the action is named movement, and let's subscribe to the performed event. Okay, so when that happens, let's just do a debug.log on the context. Okay, so let's test like this and see what the context contains. So here, and I'm going to press the W key, and yep, as soon as I do, you can see that happen. So you can see the context triggered on the player action map on the movement action, which has all these bindings, so W, A, S, and D. This was a performed phase on this time, and if you look a bit further, you can see over here the value. We've got a value of 0.0 and then 1.0. So I press on W, so that means I've got a 1 on Y. Then if I press on the S, I've got 0 minus 1. If I press on A, I've got minus 1, 0. Press on D, and I've got plus 1, 0. So we've got the perfect vector 2 in order to actually move our sphere. So let's use that to move our rigid body. So here on the context, in order to read the actual value, let's go into context, and then you
we can just log context? Oh, that's gonna be beautiful. Let's do that. We're just gonna close this because we don't care. All right, let's build. I might get mad at Unity and I might get mad at these things, but at the very least, we can test them. It has no value. Wait, what did I use? What was the thing that I used on this again? How can I turn off autosave? Can I stop autosave? I would like to not have autosave turned on. Okay, so this is an access. Okay, well,
we call the function read value, and this one takes a generic for the actual type. Here we have a two-dimensional array, so let's read it as a vector 2. And now in this case, this is the movement direction that we want to apply to the rigid body.
well, we don't have anything, but maybe we can do this. We'll call this context. And then he said read value. Read value. Float. Bad. The input. Give me values. Give me values. Oh, it does. Oh, okay, thank God. Oh, apparently I can't get all the way to 1. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because it's only reading it once. It's not reading it all the time. Wait, so where is he calling? So how's he getting this on the whole?
Okay, so here we're doing context.read value, reading a vector 2, so this is going to be our input vector. Then I'm just doing a sphere rigid body in order to add a force. Then for the force, I'm constructing a vector 3 because the sphere is in 3D and the input vector is in 2D. So just making that using the input vector x, then 0 on the y, since I don't want to move the sphere upwards, but rather back and forward. So just put that one multiplied by a certain speed and so on. Okay, so let's test like this. So here I am, and as I press on W, and there we go, it did move the sphere. However, you can see that it moved by a tiny amount. So now I press on S and it goes backwards, and now I press on D and it goes to the right, press on A and so on. So the one thing that you do notice is that this input gets only triggered once. So it's essentially only a button press. So if I want to actually move the sphere, I gotta spam the buttons. That's not supposed to be like that. Ideally, for a movement input, it makes more sense to constantly check the current state and constantly apply it. So for that, we can go with another method. Instead of over here subscribing to the performed on the movement action, we can make a very simple private void update. And over here, we can actually read the value on every frame. So we can go into player input actions. So that means that we need to make this as a member field. So we go into that one, access the player action map, access the movement action, and then over here we can call read value, read as a vector 2, and so on. So the same thing that we're doing here, let's do it up there.
That does not explain what I want.
Okay, so the exact same thing, except on the update, we're going through the player input actions, player movement, and so on, and then applying the force, and everything should work. So now let's see.
Wait.
So
Wait. Player input action dot player dot. Okay, so wait. So if I do, where's my update? Here's my update. Player input. It's input action. Input actions dot player dot accelerator. Oh, dot read value. Okay, I see how this works. Okay.
Okay, so the exact same thing, except on the update, we're going through the player input actions, player movement, and so on, and then applying the force, and everything should work. So now let's see. So now as I press and hold, and there we go, now movement is indeed being applied on every frame. Let me just lower the speed, and since this is a rigid body, we should probably do this on fixed update. And yep, now in here I can indeed use WAS and D in order to actually move my sphere. So move it to the right, move it upwards, then start moving downwards, and so on. Alright, so now it's working, and I'm reading the value on every single update. So chances are for movement, you want to go with this method instead of the event method. Okay, so now it's probably time to look into how multiple inputs like keyboards and gamepads work. Over here on the input action assets, if you go on the top left corner, over here you've got a button where you can add a bunch of control schemes. So let's add one. Let's call this.
I want. Okay, so what I actually want is there should be like Yeah, I don't know how to describe
the
it.
keyboard, and over here on the list, you select the type, select selective type keyboard, and hit on save. Then here for each individual binding, you can go ahead and over here tick and make sure that this one is used in the keyboard control scheme. So just select that one in there. Then over here for all these, select them one by one. Okay, so now all of these bindings are set as keyboard bindings. And now we can go here, create a new control scheme, name this one gamepad, and on the list, let's select a gamepad, select a generic gamepad.
Okay, well, I figured it out. All that matters. Ugh. God damn it. Okay, so he said on fixed update is better, right? Void on fixed, or sorry, fixed update. Yeah, fixed update. Then we want we don't actually want this to be accelerator. This is useless here. This is going to be let's make sure that I spell that right. I absolutely did not spell it right. Accelerate. There we go. Okay, and then we come back into here. And of course, this is, I guess because it's auto-compiling or something like that. I don't know why. Would be nice if it didn't. We're going to rename to accelerate. And then here we can do a listen for W. And then we can do another one where it's a add binding, and we're going to listen for up. There we go. And then we're going to duplicate. And this one's going to be break. And this one we're going to listen for left trigger. And we're going to listen for S. And then we're going to listen for down. Here we go. We can delete attack. We don't need that. We don't need interact. I don't know what previous is going to be, so we're going to get rid of it. And I don't know what next is, so we're going to get rid of that too. There we go. So now, save. Beautiful. Now if we go to this player here, we can see our events. And we have a player vehicle. And on accelerate is actually what we want. To do, so we want to do this. And we come back to here and on accelerate. And then we want public void on break. On break. There we go. And then we can build. And then when we come back to here, we can come into here and we can do events. Player, there's accelerate. And then we can go to inputs and then where did it go? Oh, here it is. Accelerate. On break. There we go. We don't need this. Delete. That's fine. Okay, and then when I hit enter, or when we hit play, we should have both now. Wait, what? Fixed up. Oh, right, because I haven't done anything with it. Old. Not bad. Come into here, we hit play. There. And there. Beautiful. Now, I actually want to change this. So what we're going to do, and this is going to be, we're going to go to assets, we're going to go to prefabs, we're going to do create folder, and then player vehicles. We're going to open this up and we're going to drop this in here and we're going to rename this. Oops. How do we rename this? Can we just hit F2? Rename. Player Unity wheel system. There we go. How do we get back to our scene? There. Dope. And then we're going to come into here. We're going to come to here and we're going to hit delete. Then we're going to go to our, we're going to do this. We're going to do create empty. And this will be player. And then we're going to do meshes, default truck. We're going to say player here. I don't know why this keeps coming in like this at 180. So weird. There. Then we're going to take these and we're going to attach to the, I want to say we're going to attach them directly to the truck. There we go. And can I open a prefab like this? Okay, yeah. And then wheel here. We want to go to this wheel here, and then we want to do position and copy. And then we want to go to scene, and then we take this one here, and this is a front wheel, right? I think that's what I've got. Paste. Oh, that's a back wheel. And paste. There we go. Is that the right one? No, that's -1, -1, -1. Beautiful. Then we go back to our prefab. And then we are going to grab the back left wheel and we're going to copy it. Copy. Go back to scene. And take this back wheel here and we're going to do paste. And that's fine the way it is. And then here we're going to go, this is going to be renamed. SM wheel front right. And this one will be SM wheel front left, or back left. There, and then we're just going to duplicate it. And do this, back right. And then all we have to do is just delete that. Beautiful. And then we can duplicate this. And do this. I'm going to rearrange that. And then this is going to be minus, and we're done. There. Did I get that wrong? Oh, right. This needs to be 1, 1, 1. And then I think this one's the one that needs to be, yeah, this needs to be -1. There we go. And I kind of want these two to be in the front. There we go. Front left, front right, beautiful. Okay, so now I just need to, there's going to be some stuff where I just need to figure out how to rotate them. So add component, rigid body. And then add component, mesh collider. We'll do a convex collider there. The wheels, I don't actually want them to have anything. And then we're just going to base everything off of this truck, right? And then we're going to do add component, and then this would be player input. And then we would do input system. Can I rename this? Yeah, I can. Rename. Player input actions. That doesn't need to be there. There we go. And then build. Then if we do this, and take player input action, beautiful. And then we want invoke here, and then we want to open here, event player, and we want to do this. And then the action. And here we want this to be the player as well. I don't know why we have to do that. That's kind of annoying. Oh wait, and we don't have the input, the player controller yet on this, right? Because we want the vehicle controller. Input UI, add component script. Oh wait, we want create new scripting, mono behavior, player vehicle controller. We're going to come here and we want to add this, right? So we just do that. Beautiful. Then we come over to here and we do this, and then we can using Unity engine dot input system, right? Yeah. There, and then we can do for start, we want is it start or awake? I wonder what I don't know what the difference is. We want these. We're going to copy these. But we don't care about that. So we're just going to get rid of that. Oh, nice. There's our center of mass. I like that. That works for me. It's not quite what I want, but whatever for now. The center of gravity is a bit high on this thing. I want it to be a bit lower, but we'll do that as we go. We don't want we want a fixed update. Void fixed update. We need a public void on accelerate. Public void on break. There we go. Sweet. But this isn't quite what we want. We actually want it here, I think. Float v accelerate equals v accelerate. Then we want input actions dot player dot accelerate, read value float v break, same thing. And then we want debug dot, and then we want if if v accelerate is greater than 0, if v break is greater than 0, debug.log break v break. Expensive. That's okay. That's okay. We're only doing it for temporary stuff. It's fine. All right. So then we do this. Oh right, I didn't actually do the mappings. Events, player input, player vehicle controller accelerate, vehicle controller on break. Interesting. Play. It's not what I want. Because that's not quite what I want either. What's going on there? Oh wait. Okay, let's go back to his tutorial here.
And just connect Xbox connector. On the controller will now on this one there go with only with any inputs. So the player works simple an action gamepad. So now it's probably time to look into how multiple inputs like keyboards and gamepads work. Over here on the input action assets, if you go on the top left corner, over here you've got a button where you can add a bunch of control schemes. So let's add one. Let's call this the keyboard. One is used and now we can go here, create a new control scheme. Now if you want my Xbox controller, then you can for this binding go into the path and listen, and now I'm going to press a button on my Xbox controller. So I'm going to press the A button. However, if you try this, it might not be working. That is because I connected the gamepad right while the game was running. So to solve that, just make sure you save. In order to validate that everything was connected, there's actually okay, so anyways, click on listen, click on the A button, and over here you see an interesting thing about the input system. If you want, you can select the A button on the Xbox controller. So if you do that, then this action will only be triggered by the Xbox A button, meaning that pressing X on a PlayStation controller will not trigger this action. So the better approach you can take is just use this one, just button south gamepad. If you select this one, button input, okay, and then over here for the movement, let's click on this button. And now for the keyboard, we made a 2D vector composite. That's how I'm going to see the true power of the come from. I'm going to press the A button on my Xbox controller, and yep, there you go with this regular jump, now using the gamepad. Actions, and then you set order gamepads. They are super useful when it comes to gamepads. And by the way, here, since we actually have two control schemes, we can add processors on the action itself. So click on the action and add a processor. This will apply to the action regardless of whatever control scheme you're using, or you can just add the processor directly on the action binding. So this is useful if you want to apply a processor to the gamepad, but not on the keyboard. So then over here, one of the more useful ones is over here the stick dead zone. This helps when gamepads have slight issues and they aren't perfectly on 0-0. So for example, you've heard of the Nintendo Joy-Con drift. That is where the actual physical joystick gets slightly moved to the side and never actually goes down to 0-0. So that is why you have the stick dead zone. So with this processor, what it does is if you move the stick by less than this amount, then it will be considered 0, so you won't do anything. So it's not listening. And once I get past the halfway point, so just a bit more, and there you go, it does start to actually move. Let's add a log so we can see the actual values. So up here, let's do a debug.log on the input vector to see what this says. So over there, it's on at 0, and as I move a bit, move. I am physically moving, and I put the minimum at 0.5. So So now it should only read a value of more than 0 after I move the stick more than halfwards towards any direction. So over here I am physically moving the stick, and as you can see, nothing on the console, so it's not listening. And once I get past the halfway point, so just a bit more, and there you go, it does start to actually move. Let's analog so we can see the actual values. So up here,
let's see. He's got the player input actions. And then the player input. And then if I go to mine, I've got the player input actions. Yeah, there. Okay, so that's valid, right? Oh. Oh. Player enabled. Ah. Input. Start. Oops. Input actions dot player dot enabled. Enable. It's probably this. I feel like it's this. Let's see if it's this. There we go. There we go. Figured it out. Okay, so now we can get rid of these because we don't actually care. Because we want to do these on fixed update because these are fixed updates. We do this. And then we can go to the player here and we can go to the events and we don't. Oh, these are, no, these here, we can just remove these. And then if we hit play, I think this should work. We're going to try it. There we go. Yeah, that works exactly the way I wanted it to. Beautiful. How do you do macros? C sharp macros. Interesting. Okay. There we go. It's about the same as Unreal. Okay. As C++, I should say. Okay, that works. Now we can go to...
Hello everyone.
Get rid of these, because now we understand the input system. Fucking finally. That took way too long. I'm just going to say that took way too long. I still don't fully understand the concept of like how you would do these like prefab things, but whatever. It's fine. We can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Move that. This one.
We're making a couch co-op game about being valets. We wanted to make sure we had complete control of the feel, physics, and the amount of realism in our cars. And our line of thinking is if you have a mechanic in your game that's central to your game and you have the skills to code it yourselves, you should code it yourselves. That'll give you complete control to modify it and adjust it as your game evolves over the course of development. In this video, we're going to go over step by step all the ways we calculate the forces required to make custom car physics in Unity. All right, welcome to our car test facility. Let's take a look at one of the cars from the game here. So Prim will give us a little demonstration of the handling of this high-quality sedan here. You can see we went with a pretty arcadey kind of bouncy feel to the cars, but the techniques we're going to talk about today will actually work for simulating arcadey all the way to semi-realistic cars. All right, let's hop in the little test mobile here and talk about how these cars work in detail. So the first thing to mention out of the gate is that we went with a raycast-based approach. So that means that rather than actually simulating an individual rigid body for the main car and then an individual rigid body for each tire and connecting them with some kind of physics joints or something, there's actually only one rigid body going on here. So this is what this car looks like according to the physics system. It's somehow one rigid body that seems to be driving around as though it has tires and works like a car. And so that's actually what's going on here is that we are creating forces that we're applying to this one rigid body to make it behave like a car that has tires attached to it. Here's a look at those forces. You can see that there's 4 of them. So basically at the location of each tire, we're using raycast to find the ground and
Yeah. Okay. So let's start by let's make it hover, right? So how do we apply a force? Unity apply force to id body. Oh, that's all it is. Do get up the get actors unity get act up vector. Up direction. No, I want the how to get up vector. Unity get body up vector. That's not what I asked for. None of that's actually what I asked for. Okay, that's cool. Super nice. Okay. Unity get up vector get up vector of actor. Get up vector of the car. Cool. Okay. Is that based off of the rigid body though? And how would I add in the static mesh? Add static mesh. Car mesh. Oops. Or no, vehicle mesh. Vehicle mesh. And then how do I make that editable? Unity make variable visible in inspector. Serialized field, that's what it was. Okay, and then we build. Oh, there it is. Look at that. We can just do this. Beautiful. Okay, and then field. How do I do a list of serialized field? List Unity. Oh wait, no, actually I should just do this. No. Unity map Unity hash map. Key value dictionary. Okay. Unity dictionary. Dictionary of string and game object. Okay, does this work? I don't know if this works. This might not work. Oh, wheel meshes. You cannot serialize that. Fuck. Okay. Interesting. Damn. Okay, so I guess this would be game object. And this would be wheel mesh front right. Front left. Rear right. And rear left. Here we go. Front left. Front right. Rear right. Rear left. Here we go. And I want this here and this here. There we go. Rear right. And then, oops. There we go. Beautiful. Now we've got these wheels, and these have locations, right? So we have the up vector. I guess what we actually want is like the up vector of the no, we still want that up vector. There we go. Because that's going to be needed. Center of mass. This will be update. Slug. I'm so confused. I'm attacking it. I might have been. I'm confused. Years ago, maybe. Let's take a look. Yeah, you've got a bunch of messages. So you've got 162 messages apparently. So let's find the last time you were here. Last month. Yeah, on the 11th of last month. And before that, it wasn't years ago. It was recent. I was angry. Was I angry? I don't think so. Yeah, hell no. Right, it won't let me. Oh wait, I can pop it out here. There's nothing specifically like angering about your messages. Not that I can see. Something about like wait, where were we? Here. Right. So this is this month. This is last month here. You ate it all, you fuckers. The evil. Okay, it's I don't know, joke. Where am I? I'm super drunk. I'm among friends. I'm among friends. I have no idea. I have no idea what was going on, but that's okay. You didn't seem I mean like it means I probably like you. I don't remember. We chatted a little bit. Ooh, that was almost bad. Okay. Let's see here. Fixed update. We're gonna do the how do I draw arrows? Unity draw arrow between 2 points. Debug arrows. Debug arrows, I should say. Unity. Oh. That's nice and easy. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to come into here and we're going to draw based off of this. We're going to raycast down and we're going to push up. Okay, so if we grab our rigid body, I think it's rigid body dot add force times 10. I have a feeling this is going to be like not what we want, but let's try it anyways, despite knowing about the R1. Well, I'm still pretty invested in the NASDAQ, so not a great day despite knowing about the R1. People are overreacting. So bad overreacting. That does happen. All right, let's see what happens. My car might go fucking flying. It's not. I don't know if this is actually adding the force. It might not be. Say 1,000. That's really good, dude. Congrats. I am not up that much. I wish I was. That'd be nice. Hey, look, my car went flying. We'll say 100. Are you getting overconfident? Wait, what's going on here? Okay, let's draw a debug arrow. Draw a debug arrow. That's not what I wanted. I did a ton of research on every stock in the initial months, and I kind of knew, but then I went for ESP extra. Yeah, 40%, dude. Let's see here. Do the position. Okay, so that would be the position that we're adding the force to. Maybe this isn't the way that I should do this. I almost feel like I should just use the vehicle controller the way that I've been using it. Give me a second here. I'm just thinking here. I like to bet against reality with money. Seems like a good bet in the end. Think about it. I don't know, maybe. It's definitely a thing. I don't know. I don't know how. Why wait? Why bet against reality? I'm super wasted. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna take this and I'm going to just delete it. I don't think this was the right idea here. Fucking ad breaks. Sorry. There. I think that I'm just gonna stick with this one. There. And then if we go to events here, we're gonna make sure that we don't have anything bound. We're gonna delete these. There we go. Delete me. Delete me. It's a service. Like it actually is now. Input actions dot player dot enable. There we go. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna not use this. No, it's a service for like clearing your stuff offline. Delete me. It's like a personal like. I don't know which one it is, but it's like they remove things from the internet for you. They like remove you from data brokers. Oh, okay, you're weird. I mean, they're all over the fucking place. I've had people like ask me, it's like, oh, is it like a decent service? And it's just like kinda. There's nothing wrong with it inherently, right? Yeah. I'm not getting the input that I want, and the reason I'm not getting it is because I haven't programmed anything into my fixed update like a big dum dum. Okay, so these are what I want. Here. Now I only want to do this if we are actually braking. So what we're going to do here is we're not going to read this, but we're going to actually do this. Do context. And we want to have a variable here, right? Bool is accelerating. Bool is braking. There we go. And these are going to be private for now, at the very least. Data brokers are fucked up though, eh? Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get if the context is pressed or released. So context dot, is it action? I think it's action dot triggered? No. Is pressed. If context dot action is pressed, We do is accelerating equals true. Else, and then we return. And this would be accelerate is accelerating. Then we do is accelerating equals false. And then we do is not accelerating. Wait, what? Well, it wasn't a reason I displayed back then. Reasoning I displayed back then. Well, it was. I remember now. God, I was fucking right. I've been like, I'm slightly confused here. Is braking is not braking. And I should pre-initialize these to false. Gonna need a little bit more context, man. Okay, so then we're gonna grab this. There's my events, and we've got player, and we add the read only. We go to the object, which is this one. We're gonna rename this. I want this to be player. And then we go to vehicle controller on accelerate. And then we do the same here. Vehicle controller and on brake. Beautiful. And we save and we hit play. Not accelerating. Wait. I think that's about right. Okay, so then if we come down to here, we can say no, we want fixed update, right? Yeah. Here, if is accelerating, then we trigger this. And if is braking, we trigger this. And then we want debug.log braking and debug.log accelerating. I forgot to hit stop. I'm so used to Unreal where if you hit escape, it actually means something. And in here it doesn't, and it keeps fucking me. Hey, it works. Beautiful. Okay, so now this is where we're going to actually do the void. Here we're actually going to do the processing itself. Void, let's say private void break. And then we're going to take this and we're going to move this down into the break. This would be break. And this would be accelerate. Beautiful. Okay. Now, if I come back to here and we go to this guy's got all the information that I care about.
Wheels, I guess. And so.
But if I come down here, I think he said that he linked his GitHub. Yeah, there we go. This guy has a great tutorial. I'm not sure if I pasted it though. I did not. Where's his C# file? Where's his code? Tutorial info? No. Shedding. No. Car? It's the prefabs. There's his scenes. Does this not have the CSS? Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Where is the fucking code? Is this actually like a thing where it's like, because like I thought that these were they had like raw CS raw files in here, but do they not? Documentation. There's a brake pedal. Okay, so like that's just a raw PNG. There's a smoke. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here. Set up buttons, triggers, trigger event. Okay. One sec. All right, so realistically, what we want to do is on accelerate, we want to apply the forward vector. Where is our code here? Here we go. Oh, here we go. Calculates current speed in relation to the forward direction of the car. This returns a negative number when traveling backwards. Cool. Okay, so here we we know the forward speed, right? We know the we know the forward camera control car controls here. Start up. Moving direction. Apply brake power. Yeah. Apply motor power, gas input. Okay, so it's okay, that makes sense. We need the wheels. Okay, so if we look at this, where are our wheels? There's our wheels. This needs to be, wait, I think he's got a fixed set of wheels here. That's a gas brake. Where's his wheels? How are we getting wheels? Wheel particles. Apply wheel position. Where's the wheel? Colliders. Wait. Public wheel colliders. Wheel colliders. Oh, here we are. Okay, this makes sense. I'm not crazy. Okay, so he's got the wheel colliders here. So he's got wheel colliders, right? Let's see how he did this. He just did this. So here it'd be public class wheel colliders. And then it'd be wait. This is perfect right here. And then this would be public wheel colliders equals wheel colliders, like that. Right? And then if we build, find all we're just doing that. Then we come into here and look. Oh my god, front rear wheel do. Front left. Oh wait, no, I think I grabbed the mesh, right? Cancel. Wheel front left. Wait, should I be opening this like this? Yeah. Here we go. And then okay, sweet. Okay, so here we're gonna do front left, front right, rear left, rear right. There we go. That's the mesh. This is this. Rear right and rear left. Let's rename these to wheel we go. Beautiful. We should get nothing. Nothing should work. And that's okay. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. We've got that now. Now we come back here. Let's take a look here. I don't remember what he was using wheel mesh for. Wheel meshes. Apply wheel position. Update wheel. I'm fairly certain that we already have this. I think. Let's double check. Where's the camera? There's the camera. Yeah, our wheels are already working the way that we want them to. We don't need to do further updates to them. At least not that I can think of. We'll leave that for now. What we want to do is, that's the particles. We don't care about the particles right now. Here we go. Rear wheel. I think that the other wheel system is probably better. Because then we can have an arbitrary mount. Yeah. Let's go back. Yeah. This will be private. Wheel. Wheels. There we go. Get this is all the wheels. Wheels. Wheel. Wheels with motor. Actually, what am I doing? We'll leave that. Yeah, sorry. I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Speed factor. How are we applying this? This is the float vector. Current steer range is accelerating. Wheel. Oh, it's applying it through all of them. I don't like that. Okie dokie. Huh. There's a reason why I don't like that. And then we'll do this. Int wheel count. There we go. And then we're gonna do motorized wheels. It. Wheels. Or int I equals 0. I is less than wheel count if wheels I dot is motorized. Is that what we? No. Where do we test the motorized? Motorized. Dot motorized. Okay. Motorized. Motorized wheels there. Yeah. We also want wheel collider steerable wheels. If wheels I dot steerable Steerable wheels. I there. Then here, if we do sure. Whatever. Okay, stop. Okay, that's enough with this. Let's go down here and we're gonna do the we're gonna do this, but we're also going to ignore all of this. I just want this so I can actually see it. There we go. Do speed factor. Calculates how close the car is to top speed. I'm working on it. Check whether the user input is in the same direction as the car velocity. Apply steering to wheel colliders that have steerable enabled. Here we go, is accelerating. That's not what we wanted either. Which update method? This one that's not being called? Keep in mind, this is my first time using Unity. Like actually building something in Unity. So I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. You have suggestions. I'm happy to take a look at them. For would that be it? Is that how you do that in C#? For loop. C#. Sure. Like I can do that, but there's the other for loop. Fast iteration, right? Yeah, that would be it. What's the problem here? Can I resolve symbol wheel? It is a list of wheel colliders, right? Oh, it's wheel controllers. My bad. What? I'm aware it's an array. I made it an array. I am very confused at what you're getting at. my question is, like, what I'm trying to figure out is, why is this not correct? Unexpected token in. It is a wheel controller. Oh, that's why. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. Do. Well, that's not entirely true. 4 can count down. I don't program in C. This is my first time programming. This is my first time really programming in C# as well. So you're gonna have to deal with me here. So like if I do this, right? I is greater than or equal to 0, right? Then we can do I minus minus, right? And now we'd be counting down. It's not up. This should, for each is just going to iterate over a list. All right. I could just rewrite this as a for int I equals 0, right? This would also be correct, but this is actually I think this is faster. If I'm being entirely honest, I think this is actually faster. In to do, although I'm not sure if like would this get dot length, would this get like optimized out, or would I want to pre-save this? So something like motorized wheel count and steerable wheel count, and then we just come down here to do always stress about what's faster. And then we do motorized wheel count equals motorized wheels dot length. Steerable wheels, there we go. So then I could just do this. And then I don't need to do the for each. Motorized wheels. Wheels. Motorized wheels. I think it's wheel collider dot motor torque. There we go. For game object logic, keeping it keeping it reading level simple is better. I don't disagree. But both of them are equally as legible to me, so it doesn't matter. As long as this is named well, it's not a pain in the butt. And if I'm not mistaken, this is usually substantially slower. These are actually pretty performant. And then pre-computing this means that you don't need to fetch or calculate the count, and it's not changing, so. And only because this is going to be happening every every what is it? Fixed update? It's fixed update that I'm shoving this into, right? Where is my fixed update? Oh, here we go. Accelerate, yeah, here. I would use link. I am not familiar with this link that you speak of. C# link? Is this is Oh, that's interesting. That's like an actual query. That's kind of neat. I didn't know that you could do that. So I'm guessing yeah, this is like actual SQL, isn't it? It's like SQL. It's SQL like. From score in scores, where score is greater than 80, select score. It makes perfect sense. It costs more. Oh no, absolutely costs more. There's no world where that doesn't cost more. Oh yeah, definitely. Because this is happening every in fixed update, I wouldn't want to do that. I'm kind of curious though. C# is for each faster than 4. Like I imagine this is like I'm aware that we're talking about the difference between like we're probably talking about the difference between like nanosecond, like less than a nanosecond for this, but I'm just kind of curious. For each loops demonstrate. For each loop demonstrate. Yeah, but I don't care what it demonstrates. I'm curious as to which one's technically faster. Very good reason to you can read about it. Array iteration with for each loop. Ah. A for each loop actually might no need to be going so deep. You need to answer my question. All things considered, 4 should be faster. I would think so. This is saying that that a for each is faster than a for loop. Donut probably actually has the answer to this. Donut, answer my question. Is a for loop faster than a for each loop? And then yeah, I think that's might be it. By default, it's slower. We never looked that far. Yeah, but it's Donut's day job is programming in C#. So I figured if anybody knew, it'd be him. He's a well seniored C# developer. He's a well seniored developer that specializes in C#. And I'm in the state where I'm not sure if I care which one I want. Or wheel controller in wheel. In wheel controllers. Oh, so it is more expensive. Winning. You know what? I'm just gonna do it. Motorized wheel count. Steerable wheel count. There we go. Is that it? Well, this is interesting to watch. I am doing a thing. Append? I think this, right? Is this it? Is it add or append? I thought it would be append. Use list, not array. Wouldn't a list be slower than an array? Is it? Is it list? Like this? Maybe? One sec. Unity list. Yeah, so it was that. Oh, but you have to initialize it. Why am I not seeing? Why am I not seeing the YouTube stuff? I'm not seeing YouTube comments right now. Maybe that was it? I don't know what's going on there. Lists, collect. Anyways, I'm going to stick with an array for now. And I think I'm going to stick with a for loop. Wheel count. No, but that's why it's at start. To do I is less than wheel controller count. I plus plus. And then this would be wheel controllers I. Okay, so it's list like this, right? Is this not right? I thought this was right. This is literally oh wait, because you need to use their thingies, right? Yeah. Would they be initialized here or in the start? I figured they'd be initialized in the start, right? Wheel where's equals. I think this is fine for that, and this can be a for each again. Each. But we need to do the motorized wheels. Motorized wheels, and we need to do the steerable wheels. And then we can do the for each again. We'll switch back. Wheel controller. Wheel control. There. And then we can do wheel controller. Motorized dot add. There we go. Steerable wheel dot add. It's one sec. Don't you have to initialize them though? Would it be this? If you are using Inspector to slot your wheels, it will destroy your lists on Awake. When you say Inspector, do you mean like doing that thing where you grab them and move them in? So I need to do this on Awake? I'm confused. I still don't know why. Okay, so it is confusing as to why I'm not getting the YouTube stuff in my chat for some reason. That is bothering me. I'm not getting it on my on this computer either for some reason. I was earlier. This is actually bothersome. Wait. Okay. No, I'm just letting you know if you create a public list and use it on inspector level to populate, when you create a new list, it makes null ones. Oh, I'm not. I don't want to have them. Damn, he's leaving. I was gonna ask him questions. Oh well. We can get rid of these. We're just gonna stick with 4 each for now. Well, I'm a little bit confused though. So like, I'm overriding this. Like I'm setting these to whatever they are, right? That seems to be the correct way to do it. But I'm not sure what he means by like if is Awake gonna clear them? So like would I move this into Awake rather than on start? I feel like on start's the way to go, but I don't know what the difference between on Awake and on start is. Unity Awake versus start. In Unity, the awake function is called before the start function, and both are called once in a script's lifetime. Awake is called on all objects in a scene, even if the script is disabled. Start is called on scripts when it's enabled, and only if the script is enabled. When to use. Set up references between scripts, initialize variables, and initialize objects that need to rely on other objects being initialized. Okay, so this should be done in the Awake. Public void Awake. I think it's public void Awake, right? No, it's just Void Awake. Okay. Is that because public's implied by default? Okay, so this be 4 each. Wheel collider. Motorized wheels. Motorized wheel. Then we're going to do the exact same thing, but we're going to do would it be that? Where's their brake? Does this even have a brake? Oh, brake torque. There we go. So this would be the something like this. Something like that. I don't think that's required because I think we're always giving it a positive value. Let's see if this works. This might work, it might not. Unassigned reference variable wheel collider of wheel collider has not been assigned. You probably need to assign wheel collider variable to a wheel collider script in the indicator. I thought that's what I did. What's the controller? Wait, where's the error? Can I see the errors in here? Oh, the errors in here. Please tell me the errors are in here. Unity? Oh, look, this is perfect. Are you missing a using or an assembly reference? Namespace wheel controller. Wheel control. Is that like using Unity engine dot wheel? No. system. Fuck. Give me a sec. Can I copy this? Okay, wait. I think this is the most recent one. Why can't I copy this? What if I go into here? Can I copy it from here? Can I just do that and then do this? Transient artifact provider. Wait. I'm confused. One sec. I think this has to do with what Demon Federic was talking about. Yeah, okay, so the variable wheel collider of wheel controller has not been assigned. You probably wait. What? Okay, let me do this. We'll build. Give me a second here. Now we've got clean errors, right? Is this gonna, okay, we can clear here. And then we're gonna hit enter. We're gonna try this out and it's probably gonna fail. It's fine. Yeah, okay, so it's failing. Yeah, this is what we were expecting. Should always enjoy the time you have left. So it's specifically here that's the problem. You probably need to assign the wheel collider variable of the wheel controller script in the inspector. Is that in here? Maybe this needs to be on, oh, you know what? Maybe this does need to be, like, I wonder if it's just because this is in the awake and not the start. Let's move this to the start, and maybe it has to do with like things being not quite there yet. That what? That's an up, like I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, okay. So it was that. What's going on? Where's my truck? Oh. The brake's not working. Okay. So if I hit play, we have extra logging here. Okay, no, we're good. Okay. So what's going on here? So we clear. We hit play. Is not breaking. Acceleration's not working anymore. What the actual fuck is going on here? Okay, I think is there. Accelerating stops working if we ever break. Why? Oh, you know what? I know why. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. If is breaking. If is if not is breaking. Uh for each wheel collider. Wheel collider. Oh no, this is wheel controller. One sec. Give me a second. Fixed update on break here. There we go. I figured it out. Okay. That's a problem. Trying to explain certain things, no response. I am, yeah, sorry. If I respond slowly, the reason is that I'm kind of deep in thought. Okay, so there we go. We have braking force. We have no reverse yet, so let's get reverse working. Accelerate. Do. Get current speed. If speed is greater, if forward speed is less than or equal to do 0, 0. Return. Then we want this. The brake times motor torque minus motor torque minus motor torque. There. Then there. And then for the here, we do if is reversing for each wheel collider, motorized wheel. There. I'm at least 2% sure this is going to work. Don't you envy how much I What just happened? Yeah, I was right. It didn't work. Okay. Okay. So if pressed, if get right forward speed, if forward speed is less than or equal to 0, we want to take this and V brake and then minus motor torque. I think that would work. I thought that I did this. I guess I didn't. I forgot an else. That's absolutely not what I want. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so if what was it? No, we need to do this for the motorized vehicles. If not is accelerating. For each wheel collider, motorized wheel. Wait, where are we setting the reverse? I think that's actually the problem. Yeah, I've got to do this somewhere else here. Give me a second here. We do for each a wheel wheel controller to do. There. That's fine. Now what we need is to fix the brake else. And this needs to be for each. We need the same wheel here. So we're going to replace this with this. Oops. Like that. And then this would be wheel controller dot wheel collider. And we do motor torque. If not is accelerating. We have reverse. We have reverse. Yeah, it's beautiful. It works. There we go. I'm gonna have to like play with that, and I think the answer is like a curve, and that will fix that problem where it's a bit too much. But we have a reverse brake and everything like that, which is nice. Now we need the steering. So we need steering now. Ooh, excuse me. This is going to be a value. We're going to name this steering. And then here we're going to do a gamepad. Listen. Left stick. And any value. That's not what we wanted. I think it was this one, right? Steering, and then yeah, a vector 2D. Yeah. No binding for up and down, but we want left and right. left stick left. Right. Left stick right. There we go. And we can delete these. There we go. Beautiful. Save assets. Now, if we come into here and we can we can grab the vector 2D in the fixed update. Get what was it again? Yeah, it was this. Steer. Steering. Vector 2. If B steering. Oh wait, that's not where I wanted this. It's supposed to be fixed update. Fixed update. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that I had that still turned on. I am so used to hitting escape and it immediately killing things. There we go. Beautiful. Now I've got the main camera and I can apply the main camera to there, but I don't want to. Here's his camera. Behavior, transform, player. Player, get component, rigid body. Go forward. Huh. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Miss anything? No, I did not. I feel like there's a way to do that from the vehicle controller. So this would be good bodies input. And this we want to be serializable, I think. Like that, right? So now if I come here, there's a camera. We could just pop that in there like that, but what I actually want to do is I want to grab the camera from the Oh yeah, no, it's there. Okay, so yeah, we pop that in there like so, and we hit save, right? And then if we look at this, it's player input and it's camera. So if we do start what do I call it? Main camera. We'll call it player camera. Or no, we'll just call it camera. Camera. Get the camera from the input action. Ah. Unity input action. Interesting. Unity input actions get camera.
Programming a camera for your game is no simple task. For a strategy game in particular, the camera's movement is one of the main ways that players interact with your game. Now, while there are endless tweaks and adjustments that can be made to dial in the feel of your game's camera, in this video, I want to build up the basic mechanics of a camera for a strategy game, while creating enough settings that you can tune the camera to feel good and fit the needs of your game. And we're going to do all that with Unity's new input system. Our camera will have smooth horizontal motion, the ability to rotate and zoom. In addition, we'll also add in the ability to move the camera by moving the mouse to the edge of the screen. And finally, we'll create the ability to click and drag the world, giving the player one more way to move around the world that you've created. So the first thing we're going to do in our video is create our camera rig. And the way this is going to work is we're going to have two objects with an optional third object. The first object is going to be the rig base, and that's going to move around the horizontal plane as well as rotate to get different angles from our camera. The second object is going to be a camera object, it's going to be the child object, and that's going to be able to move up and down relative to that parent object, letting us have the effect of zooming in and out and seeing more or less of the world. So to do this here in Unity, I'm going to create a new empty object. I'm going to call this camera rig base, like so. And then just keep things nice and simple, I'm going to make sure we're at 0, 0, 0, like so. And then I'm going to add in a camera as a child object, like that. And I'm going to go get a top-down view. I'm going to pull my camera back on the x-axis. You can see the position there is around negative, or so I guess I'm pulling back on the z-axis. My position there is roughly negative 8.5. I'm going to get a side view and do the same and lift it up about 8 or so.
How to get input? Unity new input system. Get camera. Get the player's camera. Unity, get camera from new input system. they have this. And it doesn't work. Come on. Fucking come on. Input actions dot find action. Is it under player dot? Scripting API. Unity input system. Unity new input system camera. I feel like the answer is new. Action map. Bind. Why is it there? Like why is it there if it doesn't matter? New. We'll skip through this
Programming the
guy.
camera for your game is no C# script. I'm gonna call this. Our first two variables have to do with our input system. First one is the camera control actions, or the input action asset that we just created. The second one is our movement input action. Now we're caching that, so these variables are just a way of tracking those values as the code executes. Or
And what I want to be able to do is rotate the camera around that base object.
I actually would really love a website that just has this information on it. It would be really nice if Unity would document this stuff, but I guess that is asking too much. Camera. Oh, okay. So effectively, what I'm getting from them is that it is a useless setting that that Unity doesn't even know why they added it. Love it. 10 out of 10. 10. 1000% amazing. They have the camera here. Reference to the player's view camera. Note that this is only required when using split screen and or player per player UIs. Otherwise, it's safe to leave this. Split screen. Okay, new input system split screen. New Unity, new input system split screen.
Networked multiplayer can quickly become a nightmare. They can easily double the development time of your project. Whereas local split screen, that's a whole lot easier to implement. And Unity has made it even easier, and big thanks to Unity's new input system and some of the tools that it ships with. So in this tutorial, we're going to look at a few things. First, using the built-in systems, mainly the new input system, to create local multiplayer. For example, spawning players at different points in the map or toggling objects on and off. And finally, we're going to look at using Cinema Machine with split screen functionality. We are not going to look at creating a player selection screen, but it is very possible with this system.
What the fuck is Cinema?
So leave me a comment down below if that's of interest. Now, there's also a bit of crudeness to how Unity splits the screen. It initially splits left and right, and you can't choose to do the other. Also, if the split screen sizes don't fill the screen, which means, for example, if 3 player screens will not cover the entire screen, that'll leave some artifacts in the remaining unused part of the screen. Now, these issues are fixable, but those fixes would require some customization that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. Also worth noting, I'll be using the character controller from my third-person controller video for this tutorial, although any character controller using the new input system should work equally well. And lastly, if you're just here for the code, there's a link in the description down below. Feel free to check that out. So, what is actually happening? Well, there's a lot going on behind the scenes to create split screen functionality, most of which is handled by 2 components, Player Input Manager and Player Input. Both of these components ship with a new input system. Now, while these classes are not simple, one of them 700 lines and the other is 2,000 lines, the end result is pretty straightforward and very easy to use. The Player Input Manager detects when a button on a new device is pressed. When that happens, a prefab with a player input component is instantiated. The player input creates an instance of an input action asset and assigns the device to that instance. The prefab that is instantiated could be the player object, but in reality, it's just holding a reference to the input action asset for a given player and a device. So if you want to allow players to select their character or perform some other action before jumping into the game, you could connect the character selection UI elements to the input action asset, and then when the player object is created, you can connect that object to the input action asset. And this becomes even easier if you create additional action maps, one for selection and one for in-game action. That makes your head spin a little bit. That's okay. The input system isn't simple, but it is really powerful. So here's what needs to happen to get started. First, we're going to need to add in the new input system to your project. We're going to do that through the package manager. And if you haven't played around with the new input system, definitely check out my earlier video on that system covering the basics of how that works. Next, we're going to have to create an input action asset. We want to make sure we save that and generate the C# class. Next, we're going to add in the player input manager component to a scene object. After that, we're going to create a player prefab and add the player input component. With that done, we'll assign the input action asset to the player input component. And our last step is to assign the player prefab with the player input component to the player input manager. And with that done, we can kick Unity into play mode and press a button on your keyboard or mouse, and you should see a character prefab get instantiated. And if you have an additional controller, press a button and another prefab should be created. In some cases, I have seen Unity treat multiple devices all as one. This occurred when I connected devices before setting up the player input manager. And for me, a quick restart of Unity resolved these issues. Now, before we move on, there's a little refinement here. I've had some issues with Unity detecting the mouse and keyboard as separate devices. One way to resolve this is by defining control schemes, but to be honest, I haven't quite found the secret sauce to make that work smoothly and consistently. Another way around this is in the input player manager to set the join behavior to join players when join action is triggered, and then create a join action in the input action asset. For me, I set the join action to any key on the keyboard and the start button on the gamepad, and it all works really smoothly. If you want each player to have their own camera, for example in a first-person shooter, the next step is to make sure that the player prefab has a camera component, so that when each player object is instantiated, it has its own camera object. In my case, the camera and the player object need to be separate objects, and I guess this is true for many games. To make this work, simply create an empty object and make the camera and the player objects children of the empty. Then create a new prefab from the empty object with the attached children, and assign this prefab to the player input manager. The player input component, in my experience, can go on any object in the prefab, so put it where it makes most sense to you. I kept mine on the player object itself rather than on the empty parent. Now you may have noticed that the player input component has a camera field, so on the prefab, assign the camera to that slot. This is needed so that the split screen can be set up correctly. The last step before testing is to click the split screen toggle on the player input manager. After that, Unity should handle the rest, so kick it back into play mode, press a button on your keyboard, press a button on your controller, and you should get 2 player objects and the screen split in half. If you're using Cinema Machine for your camera control, you should still get split screen functionality, but all the views are likely looking through the same camera, and we'll fix that in a bit. If you've been playing around with a player object that has a controller component, you may have noticed that all the players are still being controlled by a single device, even if you have split screen working. To fix this, we need the controller component to reference the input action asset on the player input component. And to do that, we're going to need to jump into our code. We're going to need to modify our character controller script. What we need to do is change the type of our input action asset from whatever specific type you've created. In my case,
Whatever.
In this video, we're going to have a look at creating a smooth camera follow script. This is something that I see a lot of beginners having trouble with. A lot of people either get weird controls or jittery movement and are just confused about the whole situation in general. So hopefully you will find this video useful. Also, special thanks to Commander Firestone 38 for his support on Patreon. If you want to support these videos, you can go to patreon.com/brekkies. Alright, let's get started. So I have the scene set up with a simple cube that we can control around the platforms. But the camera, of course, is currently stationary. Let's change this by selecting the camera, going add component, and we want to create a script called camera follow. Let's choose C# and hit create an add. Let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. Now first off, we can go ahead and delete the two using tags at the top, and we can also delete both our methods. The first thing that we need is a reference to what we want to follow. In our case, that's going to be the player. Let's go ahead and create a public transform. Remember, we use transform whenever we want to get information about position, rotation, and scale. And we can call this variable our target. We'll also need a variable that defines how quickly our camera will snap to the target. Because we'll be smoothing out our camera movement, we need to be able to adjust the smooth amount. So right below this, we'll create another public variable. This one is going to be of type float, and let's call it our smooth speed. So the higher this value is, the faster our camera is going to lock onto our target. And so the smaller it is, the more time we're going to spend smoothing. You want to place this somewhere between 0 and 1. I'm just going to default it to 0.125. So let's start locking onto our target. We want to do that inside of a method. So let's go void. And this is where I see a lot of people going wrong, especially people new to Unity. Because the logic here goes, well, I want to snap my camera to the target, and I don't want to do this only in start, because if our target moves, well, then we want the camera to move with it. And so the reasoning goes, let's do this every frame. And so people write update here. The problem with this, however, is that our target's position is often also edited in the update method. And so we get a situation where the target and camera is kind of competing to go first. And that results in weird jittery behavior. What we can do instead is actually change this to something called late update. Late update is the exact same thing as update, except it's run right after. And so now we know by the time that this function is called, our target has already done all its movement. So let's test this out by first setting transform.position, our camera's current position.
And I'm using fixed update. I wonder if there is a is that real? Hmm. Okay, yeah. So it would just be late update, okay. Is it normal to not have a camera directly attached to, like, is this not normal in Unity? It feels like this should be not a thing, right? So how do I clear this? Okay. This is like a thing that's not normal. Oops. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, did I? You know, it's player. What's the fucking problem? I didn't think I did. The only thing I did was reset the camera. At least that's what I thought I did. And copied it. Oh, wait, that's why. I found the problem. There we go. That should fix that. And then this is wrong. Build. There we go. Wait, so is this not something that you would normally do in Unity? Like, is it normal to have like the camera be completely separate? Ah, damn ads. Hate ads. No, but like, is that normal? Is what I'm wondering. Yes. Why? Like, what's the reason for not having it attached to the player? I use the Cinemachine package and it uses virtual camera. I guess that makes sense. Maybe. I don't know what a virtual camera is. If you want full control over your camera, having it as a child of your controller loses a lot of abilities. Cutscenes, changing viewpoints. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's a different way of thinking about it because like in Unreal, right, you just unpossess and then repossess. And it like auto sets everything up for you. So here I would need to have my camera and then no, because we would have a camera controller, right? Okay. I guess the Brackeys video is actually probably the most accurate, right? Like this one? Yeah. So you need like a camera follow and everything. That's so, it feels so weird. See, I think this, no, that's the split screen guy. This one. More cameras, more rendering. Yeah. I think Unreal doesn't render anything on a camera unless it's actively being possessed or used. Look at that. Can you tell there's a window in front of me? Cinemachine helps with a lot of stuff, but you would need a newer tutorial from him for that. The approach you would want to do. Why is YouTube not showing up on my thing? That it's bothering the fuck out of me. Anyways, sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. The approach you would want to do if making make an empty game game object rotator glue the camera to that pivot and remove it like you said about unpossessed. No, that's fine. I'm still annoyed. I'm a little bit annoyed that like your messages are not showing up on screen like they're supposed to be. And I'm gonna go ahead and blame social stream chat or social stream ninja or whatever, because apparently it's just not liking YouTube today for some reason. No idea why, but it is a thing. Do I wonder if Cinemachine is worth. I don't know if Cinemachine's worth doing right this moment. Just because Cinema Machine is more advanced than what I think I need. Because right now I'm effectively making a proof of concept, right? You don't need to. What I want to say is instead of using your controller to move the camera object, just move an empty game object and snap your camera to that empty object. No need to make a camera now if you are learning. So if you need to unlink the camera, the controller pivot will still move. I think that makes sense. This is effectively all I need, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But let's. Okay, so he's saying that we just need a transform, right? All right, wait. Let's go to here, and we're going to go to the controllers. And I guess we just do... This is the one that's not being used, right? It's either going to blow up or not. Did I delete the one that I was caring about? Hey, I deleted the wrong one. uh, can I undo that? I don't think I can. Oh, so good. Okay, player vehicle. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, is it? Is it actually? Oh, look at that. It's bad. Does this work still? Please tell me this works. Oh, it's amazing. Okay, sweet. Oh, thank God. Wait. Did I? One sec. This is interesting. I think I found a bug in my driving thing. Oh, right. Because I'm not applying braking force. When you release the gas. In the trailer box when you were in Blender. Huh? Oh, I didn't actually really do anything on this trailer in Blender. Um, I don't know if this actually has any. I don't know what was done to this, to be honest, because I didn't make this truck. This truck was made by a friend of mine. It looks bad. It's not finished. It's a placeholder that is the right dimensions. That's kind of what we were focused on. I think it came directly out of like, was it? I think it came directly out of ZBrush. Or actually it might have been Maya. I don't know. He's working on it though. It's being worked on. Yeah, I have no idea. I think he's using Maya. I don't think he's using why is it smooth? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's going to get replaced. It's going to get replaced by a completed version that's textured. Cuz like right now if we look at the back wheel, there's the wheel guard on this side and not on this side. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, it looks fucked up, but it is what it is. By the way, since a bunch of you guys are new, do you want to see the current project? I can show you what I'm replicating right now. I'll show you where the Unreal project's at. Since this is a port, I'm porting it right now for oh wait, cancel. I want this one. Unreal doesn't have a good entity component system that is outside of experimental. And you will see immediately why I might need one. And I'm thinking dots is the way to go. Yeah, the mass system is fairly broken at the moment. Yeah. So this is the current game. So this is the idea is to replicate this in Unity. To be fair, like the mass system in Unreal, Isekai Truck Simulator, yeah. Here I'll show you it. Here we'll do a standalone game. Can't remember if that it auto launches it. Dots is a huge step. I would not jump into until you grasp most of the concepts. That's fair. So we'll go to the main menu. Maps. Let's go to the Shibuya map. This is my favorite map. Oh no, this isn't the right map. Sorry. World map. This one takes a little bit longer. A lot of prior knowledge of their components. Well, I'm gonna have to jump into it anyways. I can't make the game without it. I want to have like a good like probably about 500 characters on screen. And maybe like 30 cars. Oh, Steamworks is so much fun. I had to do some Steamworks in Unreal for a game. I don't know why this level is taking abnormally long recently. That's fine. I don't know why that's taking forever. This is a new thing where it's just taking forever. And let's do this. Maps. World map. I don't know why the world map is all of a sudden taking ungodly long for some god-awful reason. Since DOTS leverages the GPU stacking. Yeah, that makes sense. Because like effectively all you're doing is like you're taking transforms and sending them over to the just like the differences, right? Oh, there we go. We're in. This map takes forever to load, but yeah. This is the work in progress map. The lighting's a bit off at the moment, but it's coming along. So this is about like for the most part this is like Shibuya Station. The thing that I'm kind of curious on, and I'm not sure if we have a direct answer to yet, is audio. But I still think that the Unity dot system is going to be great for specifically this. This map's going to be so much heavier on Unity than it is in Unreal, though, because right now I haven't finished replacing all these buildings with things that don't suck ass. Like if I come in here, like this building's fine, but like this building here is not fine. It's so many pieces. like look at that. It's so bad. Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. I just don't care at the moment. I will care in the future. Player vehicle controller is the one that we want to delete. Close. Oh, I'm not worried about the collisions. I've been actually making my own collisions because I want to have very purpose-built collisions. Vehicle controller. I think this is, yeah, vehicle controller is the one that I want to keep, and player vehicle controller is the one I want to delete. So we're going to do that now. Player vehicle controller. Yeah. Player vehicle controller is the one we're deleting. Delete. Yeah, no, it's not the collisions that I'm worried about with Unity so much as the fact that Unity is not well known for handling large amounts of meshes all at once. At least to my understanding. I might be wrong. Like I said, I'm like my first foray into Unity. So a lot of it's going to be hearsay. My understanding is that Unity doesn't handle a lot of unique meshes on screen at the same time. Super, super, super well. Without obviously it requires some tuning to get done right. Where Unreal, you just kind of throw it at it and it's just Unreal will figure out a way. So but I also I've had to turn off. I turned off Lumen, and I'm in the process of getting Lumen completely turned off in Unreal, and Nanite's completely turned off because fuck Nanite. It's too CPU intensive, and Mass AI system in Unreal requires a lot of CPU overhead. So I'm CPU bottlenecked like crazy. But I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Equal to our target's position, so target.position. And when we now save this and head into Unity, we can see our two variables appear in the inspector. Let's take our player and drag it into the target slot. Now when we hit play, we should see that our camera snaps directly to the P. We can see our thing is update, except it's...
Okay. Let's make our, I guess this would be the wheel. Oh, sorry, the camera, right? Scripting. I've got questions about the mono behavior stuff. Camera controller. There are a lot of things you need to set up and do for good rendering and FPS in Unity. But since it's pushes more towards mobile optimizations, there are. Yeah. Yeah. I think we're in an overall good spot. So here I would just add this camera here, right? And then we can bring this open in here, and we can start by doing it. What was it? It was a transform, right? Okay, public transform. So we do public transform, and this would be target. Smooth speed, sure, why not? Actually, I think what we can do is if we go back to here, we can borrow all of this, and this will get us 90% of the way there. I don't think either of these are being used. Interesting. Okay. There are a lot of things to do. I'm looking forward to playing with dots though. It's been something that I've been interested in for a while, so. Wait. Vehicle controller camera hides inherited members. Wait. I thought oh. There we go. That wasn't me. Man, these lights are killing me. I wish my blinds didn't have slits in them like that. There's my player. To do offset and speed. Let's say speed of. Actually, let's take a look at how this works. I think this is going to put me right in the center of the vehicle. Also, I don't think this is entirely done, right? Oh, it's actually kind of done. That's kind of interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Speed of 1,000. Sure. You're gonna rotate the whole car? I don't know. We're about to find out. Hey, it follows. That's dope. Okay, sweet. The what is the X and like X is left, right, Y is up, right? So like if I say I want say 30 and then Z is Z my forward? Oh, you mean like something like this? Create a 3D empty? What? Don't use the offset? Is this what you mean? Like create this and then would this be the offset? You said don't use the offset though, right? I'm kind of curious as to whether or not this would work. Why? Just give me a second here. I want to see how this works. By the way, camera pivots onto the I think those wheels need to come in more. Yeah, they're too far out. Hey, we're getting somewhere at least. The wheels are a bit too far out. At least, yeah, the wheels are too far out. If you use offset, you are letting the number choose, and you can see visually where the camera is going to be placed. Can't see. I thought offset was here. Oh, I'm done. I'm done with the fucking most of the light. We're getting into the past. The way the light is more controlled now. It's great. I still don't really understand what you mean. But I'm guessing it might be confusing to explain. So, okay, so okay, so you're saying place the game object, like place this is what I'm thinking you're saying. Place like a game object in the scene where you want the camera, right? Then when I get the player, right, I could do the player dot get component by name, maybe by name or something like that, and then I could grab the transform from that and apply it to the camera, right? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a whole lot more sense. So like instead what I could do is I could do this, is what you're saying. And then when I come to here, we can reset this to nothing, right? And then hit play. Does an empty game object do any, like, I'm asking because I'm curious, right? Does having an empty game object actually waste anything? Oh, wait, it needs a rigid body attached apparently. Why does it need a rigid body? Oh, that's why it needs to. Do a public rigid body and slide it in yourself. Well, I could do the player, right? What if okay, so what if I get the rigid body from the there. Now we've got the player, right? And then if we take the 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 no, because we'd still wait. Public. So it'd need to be like public. Is it just object? Camera. Other script, the camera control, right? I don't need this because we have player. But player doesn't have linear velocity, right? Because player's not a rigid body if we just have the transform, right? Oh, okay. So if I do this there, and then instead of this, we don't need that at all, and then we can come into okay, give me a second here. Do. This feels terrible. Absolutely horrible. It's so bad. I'm guessing it's this. That's the problem. Do we actually need a rigid body though? One sec. I guess, yeah, because we need like the linear velocity and everything. If you want to detect collisions, yes. I don't want to collect. No, for the camera. I don't want to. I don't care about collisions for the camera. Because we need the linear velocity. So player position. I don't know if we need this necessarily. What if we just remove this altogether? I wonder what this will look like. Keep in mind, right now, I'm just poking things to like see how these things work. So just bear with me. It's gonna be fun. For some reason, transform linear velocity didn't want to work without a rigid body for some reason. Like I was getting errors, but that could have been something else, right? Like we'll come back to it, but I'm kind of curious as how this is going to work. The code needs to change a little bit to make that make some things work, but yeah, no, that's weird. Okay. We're gonna do this. Just give me a second here. Okay, so we don't need this. We don't need the start. So we do need the start. What we want to do is we want to set the... want to actually we'll just leave that for now. Okay, so the issue here that we're having is we want this to be the player RB dot transform. I think that's it. The offset is never going to be used, so we can just get rid of that. Actually, no, the offset is preset, and it's the player transform. And the offset is the player RB to the player offset to the player dot position. Some magic there. Yeah. Become one with the magic. The magic is good. Still needs work. The math system is not fully ready in Unreal, so they were going to use dots in Unity. Is that a different game? I'm still laughing at transform. Come on. Everybody needs a little transform on their transform, right? If you're not transforming your transforms, what are you even transforming? This is so bad. It's so bad. I think I know what to do, and it will fix the problem. If I do this, camera location, and then I get the difference, get the offset from the player and the camera. Player equals, oh sorry, player RB equals player dot get component rigid body, right? Then we do there, and now the offset will work. Then if we no wait. Camera location dot position. There we go. The game object running at one time in the game without losing too much performance. Yeah. Wait, did I miss a message from him? Oh, I did miss a message from him. Sorry. Yeah. The biggest difference is that one is in experimental and the other one is not. So if I could do the camera location like this, and then we take that and we use the player controller there, and then we hit play, I think this should just work. And it will automatically set the offset for me. Yeah, the Mass AI system is entirely experimental. So it changes like with every single patch. There we go. That's better. Yeah. So effectively the Mass AI system is likely to change with every patch, and it can yeah, it's just it's not finished is really what it comes down to. Like the traffic system. So the Unreal the Mass AI traffic system, which is going to be required for my game, if you multi-thread it, it crashes your game. It just takes out the entire editor. And I'm not entirely sure. I don't really want to like dig through. Yeah. And I don't really want like as I'd be willing to dig through and like fix the problem further down. So there's a plugin specifically for traffic. And if you don't explicitly turn off multi-threading, your game will crash. But the way you turn it off has changed between different versions, and I don't know the exact command to turn it off for 5.4. So if I try and use it, it just crashes my game. And I'm just like, yeah, and then like I had another issue where like the Mass AI system, if you add certain settings, they conflict with each other, but some of the settings that conflict with each other have to be set or else they don't glue the feet to the floor, right? And they'll either float and stuff like that. So then like if you play with it too much, then then the AI starts floating. It's really weird. No, if I went okay, so like I could go in, right, and muck around with their plugin, right? Like I could go in and fix the code in their plugin potentially and do that. But then I'd be hard set to a specific version of Unreal, right? And if I needed to for any reason to upgrade, because progress is always being made, right? And I don't know how much longer it's going to take me to finish the game. So like if something really interesting that I needed came out for 5.6, right? Because I don't think there's anything explicitly in 5.5 other than some performance improvements and some better systems for the Mass AI. But so like let's say 5.6 fixes a lot of problems and they completely come out of experimental and it's no longer experimental, right? I have to throw away all the work I did to move to their new system, right? Like all of the fixing that I did. But even going between minor versions, if I fix something, it might be broken in the next version, right? And it's as a solo dev, it's just not worth it, right? Because it's labeled as experimental, they explicitly say experimental means you shouldn't use it in production code. You should by all means play with it, but we make no guarantees that the API will not fundamentally change. API and functionality will not fundamentally change between versions, right? Theoretically, there's not even a guarantee that it won't change between minor versions, right? So like you could be on 5.4 and like a minor version comes out to bump it to fix something, and then it breaks your app, right? So I'm just like, at this point, I'm kind of at the point where I'm kind of done with it. But I'm like, I don't know if I can necessarily pull off what I want in Unity. I'm 90% sure that Unity is capable of making this game. What the undertaking to make Unity do it is going to be a different story. But I'm fairly certain I can make it in Unity. So I'm experimenting with that, and that's why I'm ditching Unreal. Unreal is still my engine of choice. It's just not for this game. Well, it's so for the most part, like I've been using Demon, I've been using the experimental stuff, and I've gone up and down version. I've gone up versions with this game specifically on Unreal, and it hasn't broken. But it's more that they don't promise that they won't break things, right? So Unreal has 3 steps, right? There's experimental, which they make 0 promises that anything is going to stay the same. And then there's what is it? There's early. It's not early access, but they've got one that's between experimental and production ready. Where it's like, we promise that we're not going to break anything often, right? Like, yeah, beta. Yeah. So it's experimental, beta, and then production. And experimental means we make 0 promises about the API. We make 0 promises of functionality. It could break at any time. Just be prepared, right? We're not going out of our, like, we won't hold things back to fix it if it's broken, right? If it breaks, it breaks. That's on you. And for the most part, it's not a big deal. But there's just so much experimental that I need for this project that I'm starting to get annoyed with everything being broken. And I don't want to go in and fix it, because in the next, if I need to upgrade, then I can't. Yeah, it's a time sink, but it's like, it's a time sink that I don't inherently mind, but it's a time sink that's not worth it if I have to go in and fix it all the time. Since they bring a lot of the workflow to the front end, and in Unity it's more back end dev stuff. I don't know. Well, I'm doing, like, I don't use blueprints very often. To be fair, like it's C++. Like, I'm doing C++ in Unreal. I'm not using blueprints. Well, I'm not using a lot of blueprints. I use a little bit of blueprints, but for the vast majority of stuff, I'm actually using a lot of C++. Like, all my calculations and everything like that is all C++. I made the driving controllers and stuff like that all in C++, and all the hitboxes and everything are being calculated in C++. Well, it's always calculated in C++, but like all the modifications to hitboxes and stuff like that all gets calculated in C++. A lot of the UI is even controlled in C++ because I don't really like, once you get too far into the C++ stuff in Unreal, it gets, going back and forth between like blueprints can get a bit finicky. So yeah. Anyways, sorry. Lots and lots and lots of C++ in that project. very little blueprints. Blueprints are for prototyping. C++ is for actual like code, is the way that I see it for that project for the most part. Thank you for sharing that info. Yeah, no. I still absolutely love Unreal. It is a great engine. I just think that this project's gonna potentially be smoother under Unity. And thank you for the follow, much appreciated. If you go to my YouTube, I actually have Unreal tutorials. Not many of them, but I've got a couple. Let's see here. How do I want to do this? Effectively at the moment, I can probably get away with just like locking the camera to the vehicle. But let's I'm just gonna remember whether or not I'm far enough along that I can start playing with the AI. School, and then I can work on Unreal more. So I check those. I'll check those tutorials. Yeah, no worries. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. I think I'm going too fast. Yeah, I think maybe like 200 is better. I think that might be the problem. I'm just gonna try and get this camera into a kind of a mostly working state, and then I want to start adding the ragdolls. I'm kind of curious of whether or not I'm gonna need to do the ragdolls. Also, please remember this is always don't abuse scriptable objects. I don't know what a scriptable object is. I feel like this might actually be the best way to do this right now. If I just do this, just bear with me. There we go. Just for now. Yeah, I think this is actually the way to do it. And we just do that. There. Play, let's see. Don't fucking do it. YouTube will let you know what it is, but please don't fall for any of that shit. Why? What? Like, what are they gonna say? They're gonna say it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, aren't they? This totally works right now. I need to add like a little something to this world. Is there like a default checkerboard pattern that I can add, or is that like a material I need to make? Unity default checker gray. Yeah, I can imagine. Shader or just a texture? White texture. Gray screen. How do they? Unity checker board material. Checkerboard pattern shader. Ah. I don't want to get into shaders right now. I still don't know what rendering pipeline I need. One sec. Tune shader, Unity. Unity tune shader. What are you trying to do? There was an ad. Damn it. I'm trying to get I want a checkerboard pattern. Just like a simple checkerboard pattern. But I don't want the one that I found that I know is probably not right is wait, what? Why doesn't this go to the most recent one? I'll come back to that. I don't want to do the shader yet. But I mean, like there was oh, wait a sec. Unity checkerboard material, right? And then I clicked on this and they're like checkerboard pattern shader for the built-in rendering pipeline. And I'm like, I'm not sure if the built-in rendering pipeline's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's all I'm looking for. You're looking for a dithering effect? Is that what it is? I just wanted a checkerboard pattern. Uh, I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I am don't use built-in. Okay, so don't use built-in. That's good to know. You could just download a texture of a checkerboard and make it a material. Yeah, I literally just want a checkerboard. Just use that. Okay. Just like something like this, right? I'm a little bit surprised that they don't have something built into the engine for this. Free. Actually, wait. Would I be able to just Unity Asset Store? One sec. Just use the built-in. There's a built-in one? Thank God. Where's the built-in one? How do I get to it? Is it packages? No, I said I wonder, like I'm surprised that there wouldn't be one. There's one in Unreal. But I don't know anything here. No. Those are shaders. Mathematics. Use the search bar. It's the shader mat. All. Oh, just create a new blank material. Create material. Okay. Okay, and wait. There is a drop down where you can pick its shader. The very top one? Okay. Where you said higher than... Do I not have it? I feel like I'm at the right spot. This is not the right spot? Is this the right spot? Dummy pipeline. I feel like maybe this one? Oh, that was definitely not it. Oh, that's horrible. Mobile? No. Skybox, shader graph. No. It's in the project files. Okay, yeah, no worries. I'm just gonna keep poking at it. I'm gonna find it. It's somewhere in here. Like lighting complex lit. Terrain? No. It's alright, how yeah, no worries. Maybe it's a legacy shader? I am so surprised that they don't have one that's just like defaulted. See, environments, fonts, textures and materials. Feel like this is it. And I want free. Where's the pricing? Free assets. Okay, and all I want is a checkered board. Oh, look, this is exactly what I want. Into my assets. I don't remember if I'm accept. Open in Unity. Oh. Oh, grid pattern. I'm guessing it's this one? Wait, I have assets? Interesting. I didn't even know that I had this stuff. And click the load button. Okay, so just download. Import to project. I just do import. I'm assuming I'm doing this right. Who the fuck knows? I forgot that I had that. Is it? Oh, yeah. Whatever. It was free. I don't think I've ever spent money on this. Oh no, I think I bought this because I wanted to take a look at the assets. Oh look, it's Unity Chan. And procedural toolkit. Interesting. Anyways, that's installed. And then I would just go into here and we'd go to materials. And we'd grab one, like gray. There we go. And we'd hit play. And now we have a sense of direction. My play area is a bit too big. There we go. That's better. Can I make those squares bigger, I wonder? Is that possible? Oh, this is even better. But can I make these bigger? Oh, I think I can. Maybe? Ah, 0.1, 0.1. There we go. Giga transform. Just remember that. Oh, I'm not worried about that. It's going into my C drive. There ain't nothing in the C drive. Whee! The slip is with us. Oh, this is so much better. Look at that roll. Oh, that's beautiful. Whee! Make me a good vehicle controller. I need one. That will be something that I actually do. The hardest thing is going to be the camera. I've got some. I think I've got a general idea of like. I think it's like mostly there. It's just going to need a lot of tweaking. The system's not bad. It just you got to play with it. But that holds true to like. There we go. Okay, now let's add Unity Chan. So it's, what's this under again? Common mesh. How the fuck did I even get there again? Right. Import. new assets. No. Right, it's under Windows. Package Manager. There we go. And what is this? Function for producing blocks. Interesting. Unity Chan. Hmm. Does Unity Chan come with animations? Oh. There's other free ones now. Cool. Mixamo. But it doesn't come with like a walking animation. Hey, I'm not familiar with Unity. Is it safe to click through to these? Or should I be afraid? Like, is browsing the Unity asset store safe? Okay. I will avoid that. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Wait, I think I found one that has I think this one has animations. Yeah, she has a walk. Anyways, I grabbed her. I might use her. Her walk animation is not great. But that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay, so where is Unity Chan? Oh wait, did I not add Unity Chan? I thought I did. Oh, nice. Dope. Oh, that's fine. I just need a walking animation, that's all. That's I've heard horror stories of the Unity asset store animation thing. Luckily, there are not that many animations for this game. It's all in it's pretty much just walking. It is really it's good to know. Ah, there's Unity Chan. Prefab. Which one is the right one? Why is she pink? Huh? Unichan. Oh, okay. I have no idea. I don't even know how to check. How do I check that? Is it under, I feel like it's project settings? What is Unity Chan using? Made by. It does not say what I need. But they have an official website and that might have the info. Nope. Sorry, one sec. Go into the window. Graphics? Graphics, there we go. If they are custom shaders, Unity is going to throw these right now and can't decide where it wants to go. I'm using the universal render pipeline. Is that a problem? What am I supposed to be on? I haven't done any rendering, so I don't care to change. I don't mind changing. Whatever's the best one that for whatever the best rendering engine is for Toon Shaders, that's what I want. Yeah, but like if the universal rendering pipeline's not the best one for what I'm looking for, then I should change right now before I get any further into this. Is it? Oh, okay. They have HDRP, but go to the window drop down. One sec. Okay, so I close this window. Pick rendering drop down. Rendering pipeline converter. Do I just click all of these? Like this? I just want to make sure. I just initialize and convert, right? And we're good to go. Convert everything. Well. All right, good enough. Save and continue. That's all I care about. She doesn't have to be perfect. I just more need the model. Oh, look at that beauty. Look at that. Oh, there's Unity Chan has so many so many broken things. Can I jump this? Oh man, everything's broken on her. That's so weird. I figured that it should be on Universal or whatever. Ditch the model. All right. Yeah. So I just do delete. That's fine. To be fair, Unity Chan is very old. I wonder, do they say what this one is using? Uh, Overview? I don't think she's I don't think she's compatible. Do that. Characters. We want the price of free. Unity Chan is what we really wanted, but whatever. We can deal with that one. Oh, here we go. That's what we want, right? So this character would work. Okay. Can I do this? Anime. Price free. Give me one sec. I'll be right back. Sorry. Couple more seconds. Sorry about that. I went to say goodbye to my girlfriend. She was heading out, and then I realized I haven't eaten anything all day. Ooh. It's chilly in here. Ooh. Okay, okay, I'm back. So many backs. All the backs. Mm. Oh, look. It's an anime girl. Go eat then. Why tell us? I am eating. Camera 7. I have food and I have a drink and ready to involve to go all in on the fooding. Is this more than one? So why is the built-in one is the built-in one kind of like the go-to? Like why dank soup? Oh no, it's one sec. Let me switch the camera back. It's beef. It's a bowl of beef, onions, and broccoli. It's not a particularly fancy meal. But means it's old. Everything is URP. Okay. I was just wondering because like I'm gonna click on this one. This one's gonna be compatible, isn't it? Yeah. Look at that. It's compatible. Wait. Oh, this is a shader. No wonder it's compatible. Is there like can I do I think this is what I want? Is she compatible? She is she is assumed not to be compatible. Oh, I don't care that much. Take me you twitch.tv/ remtoto. This guy is gonna be doing the characters. So we're gonna have to like he's working on the characters, so we're gonna have to figure that out later. I just want placeholders. And I was hoping to keep with the anime theme if possible. We're also getting custom animations. Yeah. For YouTube, here we go. And then for Twitch, we'll do a shutout. There you go. Oh, I have animations. I have lots and lots and lots of animations. And I can use Houdini to transfer them. Or at least I should be able to. This guy knows how to rig and animate. So I is not worried. That girl looks way too tiny. I don't doubt I am not doubting you on Sketchfab for that. At all. Don't get me wrong. I am not doubting that that will probably give me everything I need, but I could also just use this one. I don't like that one. Yeah, Unity Chan is free. I was thinking of just using this one maybe. I think she didn't. Oh, oh, yeah, we'll use this one. There we go. There's that one. See if there's anything else. Maybe one of these are going to be good. Ooh, is she? Is she? Is she? She is. Oh, we could use her. I have more assets already, except good. There. We're halfway there to like a basic city here. Volleyball girls. They don't look like they have skin. She's perfect. Hmm. I think it got filtered. Wait, let me go to. Yeah, I didn't see it come through for some reason. I think YouTube filtered it. She's on. It. Oh. Yeah. We can use this one too. Oh wait, I forgot to check whether or not she was. Oh, she's not compatible. Oh, where was I? All right, I got some that works. I thought I added this one already. I've only integrated with Steamworks once. And I got the networking done for this. I got the lobby system done for this game. I don't know how long it took him to get the game code for this one, but into my assets. I thought I did that already. Open Unity. Lobbies versus via Steamworks. Is very nice. I've heard that it can take a long time. All right, did I get the volleyball girls in here? No. Volleyball girls are perfect. Except open in Unity. I used Steamworks, the Steamworks C++ library. So the way I did it was keep in mind I did mine in Unreal, not Unity. So I created a subsystem, and then I hooked into the implementation the interface for I hooked the interface for the Steamworks SDK, the C++ Steamworks SDK. And then I programmed it myself. It's super easy. Where'd it go? Here we go. I feel lied to. I thought these were supposed to be good. Yeah, but it said that it was initialize and convert. It said that it was compatible. Is it because I'm on Unreal Unity 6? Then I wonder what the problem is. Yeah, but like, how can they get away with lying? What if I load the scene? Wait, where's my scene? I think it's the test scene. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we delete this. Oh, maybe that's what I did wrong. Okay, so there's the volleyball. I've heard there's a couple good software things. Why is this? Okay, so if it says that this should work, shouldn't it just work? Unless it's because it's on 22.3.5 and I'm on Unity 6. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Everything's going to be broken. Should I download and install whatever older version is. I feel like these characters were used in what's that game? The I feel like these characters were used in that controversial um game where you kill people in a school. Okay. So nothing's gonna work because of that. 10 out of 10, love it. Wait. Okay, so if I go to the asset store, right? Let's see. This one's paid, right? Not even her, right? I'm not gonna buy it, but like I'm just curious. Oh yeah, none of these are gonna work. Oh good, okay. We go 3D. Wait, 3D characters, right? And then can I select the version? Oh, here we go. Unity version 6. And then I want free assets. Okay, I think he's one of the only ones. They said 6. This is not rated for 6. Models are using custom shaders or not. Did we try this one? Oh wait, no we didn't because she doesn't have she doesn't explicitly state that she's compatible. If I click on her, is she compatible? It doesn't say that she is. I just need one of them that's compatible. At this point, I don't even care what they look like. I don't know if I know what that means though. It's probably the toon shaders that are causing the problem, to be honest. Wait, if I don't care about the shader, right? Give me a second here. If I don't care too much about like the actual shader itself, couldn't I just fix it? Like I don't care if they look proper. Like they could look like ass. If I'm okay with that, can I just like rebuild the some of the textures or materials? Yeah, so if I go in like to here and say we take a look at this one, right? We go to the material. Is it not going to open? So if I go to here, wait, what if I do Windows? Okay, we do the rendering pipeline converter. We do this, initialize and convert. Top drop down. Lit UP. Like from here? Or up here? But yeah, like that's what I was thinking. What if I go into like here? That's not what I was hoping for. Select a pink material. Okay. So we go to here, right? Fix object name. And then here in the shader, we do look at the top, Spectre. Wait. And pick lit UP. Should we just, oh wait, here. And do lit? I think that cleared out the textures. So that was FaceTime. The base map? No, it's textures. Okay, so like this is 0, 0. Okay, so this is FaceTime. Wait. FaceTime? Oh, there we go. And then this is FaceTime skin instance. I think this one. Maybe this. That has feet in it. This is the actual face. Oh, that's a good idea. Sure, this one. Hey, look, I got her something. Let's take a look at this other one here. And there. There we go. I got this one sort of, kind of, a little bit. And what if I go with just like another unlit? Oh, there we go. Oops. I think that's working. That is working. Sweet. Okay, I figured it out. Can I bulk edit these like this? Unlit texture. There we go. Unlit texture. Unlit texture. Texture. It won't let me. Actually, wait. Maybe it will. Oops. Oh, so if I go like this, could I just do unlit? There we go. Yeah, you were right. I think I got the wrong one here. Maybe. I have an idea. I have an idea. Since we know that this is going to work, I'm just going to re-import so I don't have to deal with with the badness. Okay, here we go. Windows, package manager, import backend. Yeah. And then we just import everything. Oh yeah. The only thing I have to do is click that fix on all of them because it won't let me like batch fix those. Okay, so apparently I can't just fix object names on all of them because that doesn't want to work. But if we click fix object name on all of these, there we go. Oh, I don't really care if it has alphas. Like I said, these are temporary, and I can always come back and if I really want, fix them later. We're not getting into shader development right now, so. Yeah, what I'm doing will work good enough for now. The goal is to get a bunch of them walking around, and as long as I can get them walking around, that's good enough. Geared to be popular, but not radio worthy. They added a new behavior system that works with blueprints if you want to look at it. A new behavior system? Oh, I would not suggest doing AI stuff in blueprints. Also for the behavior trees is what I would be using anyways. I tried some weird things. Yeah, no, I've played with sorry, I've played with the behavior tree systems and using sorry, using blueprints for it is it's kind of terrible. I just found it easier just to use C++. Because like anytime you're doing something that happens a lot, in blueprints, you're gonna hit performance bottlenecks. You want to try and keep anything that's like happening on a tight loop or anything like that. You want to keep that as far away from blueprints as possible. Like you want to keep that in C++. It's a package that has a visual workflow, but it's not logic like blueprints. It's more a visual state. Oh, this is a Unity thing. Okay, never mind. That is my bad. Look at that. We got 3 little characters in there, all ready to be ran over. Look at those eyes. She's saying, "Please hit me. Please hit me." Okay, so Unity ragdoll physics. I hear that this part is kind of bad. Sup, realistic Mario? I did find something very useful though. Ragdolls are super easy. Okay, sweet. In Unreal, they are unbelievably stupid easy. The rigid body is for you. So I like take like this prefab, right? And then I do something and I get it. So they have a capsule collision. When something strikes there, you change physics state, and when you hit, they go boing. That's the wizard on screen. Wait, what? The prefab? Wait, where's the prefab? This? Right click the game object and find a drop down add ragdoll. Right click the game object? Or no, right click this game object? find the drop down add ragdoll. Or would it be a component? No, it's not a component. On the hierarchy? I feel like I didn't see it. Oh, there it is, ragdoll. So what do I do with this? So I give them a mass, right? Say 60. And then now give her bones. Oh, okay. So now I just look for the pelvis. Is it asset? No. Okay, so scene. Oh, that's cool. They didn't drag and drop it? What? Oh, I can. Oh, that makes it easier. Okay, so there's body. If I go mesh, all mesh? No. Root. There's the pelvis. It's called hip. Left hip. There's the pelvis. Left upper leg. Left. Lower leg. Foot. Yep. Left arm. When they say arm, do they mean the top of the arm? I'm assuming it's the shoulder, right? There's neck, shoulder left. So that's left arm, shoulder. I'm just going to assume it's shoulder. Oh, wait. It'd be that. Then that for the elbow. And then we go to right. Lower arm. Then middle spine. I'm going to say chest. And then give me a sec here. There's our spine coming up. There's chest. There's the neck and our head. What does strength mean? And should I worry about it? You'll find out later. Yeah, I'll find out. I can always rebuild it, right? Fuck it. Create. What happens if I move those? That's the shit you're looking for, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's the shit right there. Look at that. So good. Don't and press play. Okay. Is she just gonna auto ragdoll? Yep. She looks fine. She looks great. Good ragdoll. Okay, so now I need I guess I need a component, right? Ragdoll is not that simple. I am aware that Ragdoll is not going to be that simple. Because now I need to create I need a capsule. I need to create an actual asset now, right? And this is kind of like where my thoughts of like Unreal come in, where it's like, all right, so we create an actor. But you don't create actors in Unity. Yeah, but you need a controller, right? Scripts. Let me make sure I spell this right. There we go. Yeah. There's a reason. Base. How do I create an interface? Unity hasn't necessarily won me over. It's more like Unreal pissed me off. You need tough skin. No, there's Fox, the mass entity system is in experimental mode, and we don't know when it will ever come out of experimental, but the entire game depends on it. So I'm kind of tired of being in an experimental thing. So I'm trying out Unity to see if Unity will be better. Because the system, the entity component system in Unity is not experimental. It's production ready. or labeled as production ready at least. New. Okay, so then I want to say we do this. How do you make a interface? Scripts. To create folder interface. Do create script. Yeah, how do I create this? Do that's not what I wanted. Is that all it is? Unity. So I just create like a mono behavior and change it. Oh, okay. Or I guess I could just do it like this, right? Like if I do create new scripting and just empty, let's make a new, okay. Hittable object interface. And then we just do interface. Does interface doesn't need to inherit from anything, right? Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing that somewhere. Mm-hmm. Who is notified when something's hit? Right. Ah, come on there. Wait, did I make myself way too bright? I did. Way too bright. Way too bright. Come on. What's going on here? Ow. Fuck. God damn it. There we go. With motion collision. Okay, so we have the on hit. We need to have, okay, so if I do this, we want a new 3D object. Create an empty object. Pedestrian, right? And then under the pedestrian, we want this, right? And then under here, would I want to attach the script to control her limbs to the pedestrian or to her directly? So she needs a rigid body, right? And she needs a capsule. That's not right. I think it's Y, right? Yeah, here we go. Its warping is root. All right, so well, let's take a let's take a look here. So on hittable, we got the hit direction, hit point, and hit force. Methods, void on collision enter. Okay, yeah. So I want her to not rigid body as soon as, sorry, not to, I need her not to collapse the second I start. So where did she go? Oh wait, no. I want the rigid body. I want this to be here, right? Add component. And this to have the rigid body. Maybe. 2% sure, 2% sure. So the rigid body we get rid of. Can I remove this? Each of her bones you put into the wizard got its own component rigid bodies. You need to set all of them to... Fuck. Oh, here we go. Oh, and they're already rigid bodies, so we don't have to do a rigid body. How do I turn? Can I turn off the collisions altogether? Like, okay, so what I'm thinking, right? And just correct me here because, like, I know how to do this in Unreal. I don't know how to do it here, right? So in Unreal, I can take the skeleton I can take the object and effectively just be like, hey, turn on physics simulations for the skeleton, and it just drops to the floor. And I can apply it. Then I can apply an impulse to it, and it flings it. That's how I'm doing it right now. But what I've got is I've got it turned off for the most part because I don't want it. There's no need to have it calculating. So I want to have her stand there, and then when I run into her, it enables her physics and ragdoll, and then sends her, and then we can apply an impulse later. But for now, I just want it to turn on, and then when she hits the ground, I need it to turn off, but not go back to an animation. Just like turn off collisions on her. Yeah. So, okay. So if I go to the pedestrian here, and I take this and I add the pedestrian one here, we would would I be able to get the rigid bodies from the root here? Get the ragdoll components. Yeah, so can I like get components? Rigid body. Like that. But then I would want, if I do, one sec, if I come in here, right, and I do public, is it just object and then mesh? Like that? Wait, one sec. Because I don't want necessarily, I wish that it didn't auto compile like this. I'm sure that there's a way to turn it off. I just don't know what it is right now. Well, okay, so I've got this. Okay. There, and then if I take her mesh, right, I can just do this. Or would I want to do the root? Oops. Would I just do this? Right? And then I would do so if I do this, and then I do mesh dot. Wait, I want to change this to, what's the type? Is there a type? There, and then we do mesh dot get components. Damn. I would have to do, I'd have to, yeah. That's kind of poopy. And then this uses using there. But then I have to go through 1 year later. There we go. No, we're still going. One sec. I think you're more you're ahead of where I'm at here. Oh, so I can okay, so if I have the mesh, right? So if I set a mesh. Nope, can't set that. Can't do that. Okay. Object. Yeah, you're getting ahead of where I'm at. That would be really cool if I wasn't like 4 steps behind where you're at. Okay, so if I have this, I can't just do this and then ask for all the rigid bodies, is my understanding. But you said that I might be able to do the transforms and then check if the transform has a rigid body, right? For each. No, I'm trying to figure out what you mean, but I'm lacking context. Is what it comes down to. Like there's missing context. So you're saying get rigid bodies, but that's a function, right? But I don't. Okay, so for transform child in transform. Okay, so but there's not enough context around it for me to actually use what you're giving me. Right? Like, okay, so if I create this function, how is this function going to work? Right? I think we're missing 2 of them. But where's this where's this transform? Right? Where are we starting? Why is this an error? Oh, this is why. There we go. I think. Anyways, yeah, so that's kind of like what I was thinking. So you get mesh dot transform. No, mesh doesn't have transform. And let the method add each rigid to your list. Yeah, but that's so this is what I'm trying to do, but I can't figure out where to start. Because mesh doesn't have it, right? Okay. So did I add in the I don't think this is a rigid body that I want. I want to get rid of this. How do I get rid of this? Remove component. There we go. And we can remove this component there. Then we add the capsule and everything to this one. That's fine. But I think we need a rigid body still on this. Yeah, but it's not giving me a transform is the problem. Okay, so I have mesh dot transform. And this is an error. So do I? Okay, so I get rigid body. Get rigid body on this. Then I can transform. What? Oh, right. So I do this instead. We can do that, and then let me figure out why the fuck this is fucked. Whatever, I'll deal with that later. Wait, now this is messed up. There's definitely something weird going on here. Give me a second. What's going on here? Redundant Unity event? Interesting. I not wanting. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now eventually I'll be able to go back into Unity. You know what's crazy? Compiling C++ is faster than this. This workflow is actually slower than using Unreal, which is crazy because Unity is supposed to be faster, but it is substantially slower for development, and it's starting to get me. Yeah, it's starting to really piss me off. Okay, there we go. And then we can come down here, and this is exactly what I was thinking of. And then we would start here, and this would be get or set up rigid bodies. And we would pass in, we don't have to pass in anything. And then we can do void setup rigid bodies. Then we can do this. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this needs to be recursive. Our sorry. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm guessing because it doesn't. Can we not use get all? Get component. Can we not do this? Is there not something like this? It will search the entire scene without some sort of filter. I thought that this was the... Oh. Interesting. Get. Not... Ugh. From my understanding at the moment, I don't think there's a clear way to go down your transform for components. Interesting. Unreal does have that. It's the little things in Unreal that I miss whenever I touch Unity. This would work. And it's only got to be called like a couple thousand. It's only got to be called 1,000 times or so every. But it's only at load, so it doesn't matter that much. Get all components. All work on this. That is fucking terrifying. Man, sometimes I really hate my lighting. It's never really been a huge issue because I usually don't stream at night, so I mean, I don't usually stream during the day, but you know, I got laid off, so I'm streaming throughout the day now. Find all works on the scene. Wow. Okay. I'm surprised they don't have like a get all child components. Right? Would this work with dots is the biggest question. Unity dots based. So we'll work with dots. All components work with dots. Okay, that's good. I just want to make sure like if I build this, I don't have to do something special later to get it into dots. Okay, so this should give me that. And then if I make that public, then I should be able to see it, right? And then I can do this. Ragdoll rigid bodies. Now I don't need to go through and do this again, right? And then we then we do ragdoll rigid bodies dot add rigid body. There. And then if I come back into here and wait an hour, we can actually see if it works. You always have to do something special for dots, but the logic should stay the same. But how you deliver data needs to be on the ECS workflow. Besides that, your logic could be fine. That's good to hear. Okay, so we've got her, right? She's set up. This list is empty. That's fine. And then we hit play, right? The all-important play. We're about to find out if this works. This is either going to work or it's not. So she shouldn't fall. Hey, look, it worked. How can I view the collisions? She's still part of gravity? Yeah, that's fine. I want her to snap to the floor. I think yeah, I think that's the problem right there. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Sweet. She works. Look at that. Just beautiful. What's with all the lines? Oh, okay. So if I just throw the top kinematic on, if I just throw kinematic on the very top one, it chains down. There we go. What's with these lines though? Yeah. And that's fine. I want. Yeah, so this rigid body here is supposed to be the rigid body for the actual unit itself, right? And then I want the capsule to be I'm not entirely sure how collisions work on this. If I move her, why do these arrows still show up here? Oh, okay, cool. Ah. So wait, if I have a capsule, do I not need a rigid body then? Or is the rigid body by default a capsule? You need to chain them? Is that with this? The pedestrian, right? Or no, I put it on this? So I remove these components here, right? Remove component. And then I put it on here? Unity hurts. Unity hurts. Okay, so I add a component, a rigid body here. And I add a component and it's the capsule collider, right? And we bring the capsule collider up to about her midpoint. Then we give it a height of there. Sure, whatever. That's fine. It might be fine. I have no idea if this is fine. There. And we hit play, what happens? All right. Hey, look, it got all of them. Sweet. And I'm guessing this has to do with the two rigid bodies colliding with each other somehow. Oh yeah, but this entire system is so much easier in Unity than it is in Unreal than it is in Unity. I am just going to be completely honest with you. Yeah, they conflict. Okay. So how do I not need a rigid body on this to have physics? I don't want I don't necessarily need a lot of physics. I just want her to snap to the ground. Right? Like I want her to be able to walk around the ground, right? And bump into things. Does that require a rigid body or would a capsule collision just be okay for that? Think of her like a regular character. We're gonna ignore the if we ignore the ragdoll effect right now, right? I just want this to be a regular character on the ground, walking around, right? Do I use a rigid body and a capsule collider, or do I just use a capsule? No, screw the, let's ignore the ragdoll, right? We don't care about the ragdoll right now. How do I turn off everything to do with the ragdoll? Normal move her, transform to move her around. Okay, okay. So okay. You say regular move, but there's no such thing as a regular move in Unity because you have to hand roll it. Am I wrong with that? Like there's no pre-built like movement system, right? Okay, so we don't need a rigid body. So we can remove the rigid body. But will that give her physics that she'll fall with? So will she stand in the air or will she fall? You're assuming too much knowledge of Unity specifically. It's not how any of this works in Unreal. Okay, so she doesn't fall. If I had a nav mesh, would she snap to the ground? Oh, wait, I want to stop. So stop, I bring her down, and then I hit play. So the capsule doesn't have physics at all. Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense then. Okay, so now, how do I see my collision bodies? Okay. That makes more sense. So how do I see my collision bodies in here? And it has an overlap, right? And invoker enable ragdoll method. Yeah. Okay, so we get right. Probably. It does suck that there's like nothing forcing the bones together. Okay, so this would work, right? For on collision. And then how do I do on collision? Unity on collision. The collision has the contact point. Does the collision have access to what it is? Yeah, it has the game object. Huh? This? That's not what I would have called that. This is just a lambda. Doesn't look like it is. To do. So we do this, right? To do. So I can just do this, right? Or each wouldn't be a lambda. Sorry, it wouldn't be link. Or yeah, it wouldn't be link because this isn't like a Unity thing. Sorry, this isn't a C# thing. This is part of like Python, C++, C. I think C has it. You know, this is like a very widespread thing. Let me show you the JavaScript one. Yeah. Looks exactly the same, right? Yeah. It's just a function that takes a lambda. So now we just need to take here and we do collision dot object, game object dot get component vehicle controller. I'm aware that this isn't how I want to do it in the long run. I'm fairly certain there's a better way to do this. Wait, what was this before I changed it? Yeah, here we go. And this would be vehicle controller. Vehicle controller equals. Then if not. Okay. You can do some script. It wouldn't not need to be this. Well, this okay, so I know this will give me what I want. I don't know if this is the right way though. Like in Unreal, I would check to see if it implemented an interface because it's cheaper than casting it. Oh, we're about to find out. Like I figure that okay, so like this is like where my understanding of Unity really falls apart. So we have a game object and we want to check if the game object has a script attached to it. And scripts are components. So just checking that would theoretically give me what I want, I think. Go to project settings. Go project settings. Like this. That's so much faster. Okay, so that's not working. Here, let's do an debug.log. I have been hit. If you use peer classes that are okay. Good to know. I forgot to disable debugging there. Noted. Okay. Okay, the collision's not working. Do I need something on my... Oh, wait. If I do this, remove component, we add the component to this. Something needs to be on the truck. Oh, did I do it backwards? Give me a second here. There we go. And check. See here. You have unmanaged wait, no. Something needs to be on the truck. And check what the truck hits if it's your anime girl. Find that script and call ragdoll. Okay, so the truck needs the collider. But the truck also needs a rigid body. So if I add I guess I could add it to the truck itself, right? No, I have a mesh collider on the truck. So if I just add to the player controller, if I add to here the on collide, where is it? On collision enter. So like if I move this to here, right? And then we do the component pedestrian base. That's not what I asked for. And we can do and then we go back to pedestrian and we make sure that we're not actually using this. And then we make sure enable ragdoll is public. We go back to here and this should work. You don't need rigid bodies to check for collisions via ray casting, but if you want to on collision enter events, they are looking for rigid bodies, body collision combos. Okay. So effectively what you're saying is I need to have like a ring of ray casts around the truck at all times to see what it's about to hit. Unity collisions. Okay, wait. Well, now, if one object has a rigid body, it will detect anything it hits that has a collider, not both ends. Okay, so if I have a rigid body and I hit something, it's already there. It will detect when it hits each part of their body since each bone has a rigid body. Yeah, but I don't want to have each bone be active because it's that will create problems, right? And I hate Unity physics, to be honest. I want to. Okay. So I want to have all the rigid bodies entirely turned off, completely not working, except for some base one, and then we can flip it. So all the ones that are off are on, and they turn into rigid bodies, or sorry, into ragdolls, right? But at the moment, I just want to detect it. I just want to detect a hit, and that's not working. Okay, so here's my player, right? My player has a rigid body on it, and then I have a collider here. And these seem to work okay together. I think that's correct. I don't know. Anyways, then she has a capsule there. Beautiful. That's a wonderful, wonderful capsule. We hit play. But I don't have collisions. Oh no, collisions are working now. Why are collisions now working? Oh, it worked. It worked. It worked exactly the way I wanted it to. Get component. Capsule? No. Capsule collider. So if I do this, right, and this will be the capsule collider. Capsule equals that. And then we can do, yeah, enabled false. There we go. We're there. We're there. We're like 90% here. We have part of the game already done. Look at that. I'm gonna have to send you a key when this gets into the fucking Steam store eventually. All right, here we go. Play. There we go. Look at that. It's perfect. Oh, I've totally got the exact thing that I want to do. This is perfect. Okay, so Is there a way to make an overlap only component? No. Damn. Oh, wait. We can do his trigger, right? Let's do a box collider. Whether or not this collider provides contacts. Is a trigger in the same in Unity as Unreal? Unity box collider trigger. Should be able to walk through a trigger, right? Sweet. Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping for. There, and then we just need to make this bigger. Is it, see? Yeah, like right there. A little wider and a little bit taller. There we go. Now, a trigger requires an on overlap, right? Okay, yeah. And that needs to be attached to the vehicle, right? I got you. I got you. This will give me a tiny bit of compute, so I don't hit the I don't actually hit the capsule. There we go. Look at that. It's beautiful. Wait. What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, she's doing the thing. You don't stop your momentum. Okay, so now when I enable ragdoll, I'm actually going to change this to an on hit, which means that this needs to be. Is it just this? I don't do like an implements, right? It's just like, is it I hittable? Oops. I want like something like this, right? And then we just do I Hittable object interface, right? No, maybe? Oh, it did work. Okay, sweet. And then what happens if I do this? Implement missing methods. Yay! Enable ragdoll. Then we apply force. Wonder what we need to apply force to though. Would it just be, wait, what was my base here? Mesh transform. I think just mesh transform. Transform dot apply force? No. Maybe? Just add force to your rigid body. Do I have a rigid body off the bat? I do, I have one, but I need a parent, right? Oh, okay. Wait. So this is the pedestrian. I want to add. So I'm going to do the compute for certain parts of it on. Wait. So this is where I wanted to do the hit point, the hit force. So we'll apply the force, the hit direction, and the hit point from the vehicle. Like we'll pass that in, and then the on hit will do the calculation for that specific unit. I think I'm using her root. I'm gonna double check it, but because I think that's what my transform is her root bone. Eventually, this will finish. Hmm. Yeah, it's the root. So it's the root bone. Oh, wait, but I want the pelvis, don't I? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Was it the hip? Yeah, it was the hip. So we do this, and then we take the hip and we replace the hip with this one. And then we hit save. And then we come back to here. And then here we would apply a force to our. This would be a rigid body then, right? Rigid body, root bone. And we would get rid of that and just use this, right? And then if we come into here, eventually it will load. One eternity later. There we go. So then if I come into here, we've got the rigid body, and then we take the hip bone, right? There's our root. Beautiful. Yeah, and we're just going to do this just to see if this works. Where'd she go? Oh, there she is. Sweet. There's her body. Beautiful, beautiful. Amazing. So that works. Now to apply force, right? So we would do root bone dot wait, what did you say? Apply force. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because this is a rigid body, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Is it apply force? No, it's add force. Hit force and force mode. What is force mode? That capital A, man. Gotta love it. What is the Unity rigid body dot add force? Force to apply. Impulse. Oh, here we go. Impulse. To do. Oh, it needs to be a vector 3. So it'd be hit point times hit force. Or no, hit direction. Hit direction times hit force. Yeah, there we go. We don't need a hit point from the looks of it. Or can we do root? No, because hit point doesn't matter. There we go. And if we go to here, we can just remove that. There. And then if we go to here, we can do, instead of enable ragdoll, we want to do on hit. Was it on hit? Did I call it on hit? I think that needs to be changed. Actually, I guess, yeah, on hit makes sense. On hit, and then we need to calculate a forward. I need to get my forward vector, right? So that's my I'd get my rigid body dot forward vector dot transform dot forward vector. So this is my forward, right? My forward. Vector 3, my forward. Oh, thank God. Oh, yeah. Yeah, would it be... No, it would get oh, yeah, yeah. Hittable interface. Thank you for that. Okay, so my forward vector. And then we would do hit direction. Then we would do, I guess, normalize, sure. Hit force of 10, 100. We'll start with 10. We'll start with 10. Sure. We don't need my forward. This works. This works. This works. Let's try this. Oh, I've got a calculation that I like that I'll use. I actually have a very I actually put a lot of thought into this. I just want to see if I can fling her. Look, you can see the green screen. Is there any way to speed this up? Ten was not enough. I want her to fly, like really fly. So let's do this. Let's do this. 100. Wait, is that enabled by default? Oh. That might be enabled by default. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, it worked. That worked so well. Okay. So we're gonna move her forward, right there. We're gonna hit play. We're gonna back this sucker up here. Oh God, this thing is so hard to control. I need to go in and fix it at some point. That point is not now though. Oh yeah, no, I'm totally doing it again. But I'm doing it again. In scene mode. This is what I want right here. Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad. One sec. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. Just give me a second here. right there. Okay, now we go to scene and we go like this. Then we pick up our controller and we go like this. And we try really hard. Drift King. Wee! There we go. We have takeoff. Friend just joined call. Had to look. Drift King. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so we go like this. We're gonna go like this. I'm gonna get the perfect. Oh, that's so not correct. That needs to be fixed. What's going on here? Like, why is she not in the right area? She's back too much. Why is she pushed back? Oh. Ah, that sucks. I think I know why. So the rigid bodies in her rigid body bones are probably colliding with the collision and she's getting pushed out. And I think that's what it is. Cuz she's like just outside of it right there, right? So what if I disable Yeah, what if I go in here and disable and do this on all of her bones out of the bat? Would this work? Oh, is that what it is? Edit collider? You wait. Need to find the big capsule collider and go into layer override. Yeah. Let's drop down. I'm there. Exclude. Yeah. Oh, I need to make a new layer. That's kind of annoying, but actually I wonder if this would work. Hey, it worked. Wait. It worked. Oh, sorry. Give me one sec. Give me one sec. Okay. So if I go to hittable, no, pedestrian, we come into here. And then after this, we do ragdoll bodies dot add, and we do root bone. There we go. Oh, wait. No, we can't do that. We have to do it here. There we go. I'm totally down. Totally in on this. I have an idea. This might work. It's hacky code make run right now. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna hacky code make run. How far out are we from Unity 7? When I can build and launch the entire relaunch the entire Unreal like editor before this recompiles. There's got to be a faster way. Is it seriously only single threaded? It worked. It worked. Whee. It's perfect. I see nothing wrong. All right, so now if I come back to here, we add this, but what we need to do first is probably this, and then we add the force to it, and it should. Oh, thank God. I don't remember it ever being so fucking long. It's moments like this that I wish I had a faster CPU. But for the vast majority of this stuff, I am very happy with my CPU the way it is. Okay, that didn't seem right. Let's double check that, because that seemed a bit off. That wasn't too bad. Okay, so if we do that and we take this and we do get up vector. And then we do and then we multiply this by 10. we're gonna shoot. We're gonna be flying. Ooh, so mathy. No. This is super simple stuff. My current system is substantially more complex. It takes into account how fast you're going and stuff like that, and like the direction, all kinds of, and it calculates the further directions and stuff like that, and it really flings them. It's beautiful. I love it. Okay, so we go back to scene, and then we look at that. You see how fast she just flew? It's beautiful. Hit force. We'll say by 2. Multiply it by 2. There we go. Do 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 do. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's perfect. Okay, so we don't actually need the hit force at all. Are we at 8 hours yet? Oh, fuck, we're at 9. I've put in my full day's work. Oh, right, I forgot I had a package. Give me 1 sec. I've got an hour while I wait for Unity. If you just use mono behaviors, having just seen reload, it will be fine. Make sure if you classes, pure classes, subscriptions or resources properly. I will. Like, I'm gonna fuck it up, obviously, but I'll keep it in mind. Yeah, so this is what I got today. My Amazon package. Wait, which way am I going? This way. There we go. Let's open this bad boy up. Wow, this box has seen better days. Well, as long as I get lots of errors, then I'll know I did something wrong and I can look into the errors and fix them. I don't like having warnings and errors. New cord. So right now I'm borrowing my girlfriend's aux cable, but I wanted a nice one. So this is the new one. What it is for is it's for this. So this has a cable, this has an aux cable running out of it, and it's generating a signal for a time code, and it goes into the ATEM, and the ATEM records the time code, and it sounds like shit. Like you can't listen to it. It fucking destroys your eardrums. Anyway, so that allows me to later when I go into DaVinci, I can sync up the audio from OBS with the video from the ATEM, and that allows me to have everything. And this is the ATEM, right? Oh wait, you guys can't see this right now. Let me go back. This is the ATEM, right? This is like all of the HDMI connections that I have going. So right now I've got two cameras. I've got the camera that you can see me here, and I've got a camera right here. Then I've got two monitors hooked up, and that's this monitor here that you can see, and then also HDMI 4, which is the chat, which I need to fix. Do camera 5. Yeah. So I have two tentacles. I actually have a very complex setup. I have a way more complicated setup than I have any right of having. But it's kind of cool. So like I can do this. We'll do a mix, and we'll switch over to camera 7, which is this camera right here. Watch this. Oh wait, no, that didn't mix. Oh, auto, that's why. Here, we'll switch over to this one. You can see it like transitions all nicely. And 5. And then this is 4. And then we can go back to super source 1. And then this is super source 2. There. Yeah. Oh, you said tentacles? Yes. Yes, I have much tentacles. All the tentacles. No, I have 2 tentacles. Jomar, I'll show you a tentacle. This is a tentacle. So you can see the octopus a little bit. They're time codes. Time code devices. They allow you to sync stuff in post. Tentacle sync. Yeah, so there's the Sync E, which is I think one of the this is hooked up to OBS. And then the time bar is what I showed you. Oh, they have a slate too? Oh, I kind of want the slate. The slate's cool. Oh, neat. That's kind of nice. It just like hooks in behind there. That's super cool. I have a slate too, but yeah. Anyways. Jomar, check this out. The lift on that was fucking beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god. So good. I still don't know why she's like why she like dangles like that, right? Like I want her to be a little bit more rigid, maybe? And then that wouldn't be dangly like that. But also I am forcing her up pretty. She's gone. Yeah, she's fucking in the stratosphere there. If I go here, linear dampening factor that affects the body's resistant to linear motion. I'm gonna have to check those out. But I think this works for today. And we can call it a day. And I think Rem might still be streaming. He actually probably isn't. He's probably called it a day. Oh no, he's still streaming. Yeah, I think for the Twitch people, we're gonna go raid her arms and legs are too light. Oh, that's probably it. You know what? Yeah, that's probably it. There's her hip. Huh. 10. Yeah, I think her mass needs to be a bit more. I'll come back around to it and figure it out. Yeah, if we make them a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to play with the rigid bodies here to do ragdoll stuff. Ragdolls take are like you were saying, a lot of trial and error. Getting them started is usually the easy part. Perfecting them so they don't look like absolute dog shit is the hard part. All right. I'm gonna call it here. I will let you all go. I will be back tomorrow. And switch to more TV. Sounds good. I will be back again tomorrow for another day of streaming. And my plan is to stream every day, and I'll stream for a good like 8 hours, give or take, and then I look for work and then go from there. So while I'm working it out. All right. Well, ta-ta for now. Oh wait, I forgot to start the raid. All right. Bye.